Kelly from Cards by Christine here with you for the Silly Old Bear Stamp-A-Stack. I am so excited to be here. We will be making 15 amazing cards. And oh my goodness, hello to Susan Bellamy, Mary Novak, Judy Sharp, and Connie Moore. Yay! Okay, so thank you to everyone who has joined already and who will be hopping on. And moreover, thank you to everyone who is supporting this class in any way, shape, or form. I so far have made 100 kits of this class, and Mom and I are in the process of creating 16 more. Yay! Yay, 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 yay! So I'm so excited to be able to offer this class. I will talk all about all of that throughout the time that we're making cards and how this is just absolutely divine intervention that I am here making these cards with you. And thank you to even more people. Nancy Mo, woohoo! You came back for class number 2, back to back. Jennifer Jones, thank you so much for being here. To Heather as well, and Debbie, woohoo! Hey, I'm so excited. So, yes, 100 of them are done. I set a goal that this was going to be my first class attended by 100 people. So I am so excited to report that we have over 100 kits out in the wild already. And yes, there are more coming. So if you love this class and want to get in on another of it, just reach out and we can hook you up with more. Penny Powell, yay! Silly Old Bear class. Jennifer and Sherry, thank you so much for joining as well. I do have to do roll call. I did not plan ahead for that, so I will have to get that all pulled together. Woohoo! Yes, so excited. Yes. There is so much excitement beaming. And I showed this off in the last class that I did, which was the paper pumpkin class this morning. But I am decked to the nines. Okay, so I always wear Winnie the Pooh clothes. Well, not always, but often wear Winnie the Pooh clothes. But I had to wear my 90s embroidered shirt. And then I got this shirt at, I think, Target. So had to bring all the friends with me today. And then, yes, I do also have my Winnie the Pooh Crocs on, which when they came out, I knew how obnoxious they were, and I bought them anyways, and I wear them all the time. So, here, let me see if I can. They're very dirty because I wear them all the time. But if you haven't seen, these are the Winnie the Pooh Crocs. They have, okay, where am I at? They have these crazy, I think they're called Jibbits. I don't know. But got Pooh Bear's face, Pooh Bear's butt. Everything's backwards, can you tell? A bee, Pooh Bear, and then Honey and the balloon scene. So yay! Oh, I love them. So much like juvenile joy. I just, this is me. This is 100% me, and I'm so happy to be here. Woohoo, Jeanette! As long as you can, work always gets in the way. I get you. All right, so a little bit of groundwork that has to be laid before we get into the cards, which there are 15 cards, so I expect this to take 3 hours, if not maybe a little longer. So I am almost done with the tutorial. I am so sorry that I did not get it done ahead of time. I have been working on it the last 3 nights, and it's 15 cards, so it's taking a long time. I was up until after midnight last night, and I'm like, I have to go to bed. I have to get to bed. So I was fussy cutting and getting things ready for the kits, and then I actually don't have a die cutting machine at home right now because Mom's using it to prep for my kits. So I had to do a little bit of die cutting this morning, and I just was like, I need to go to bed. I have to go to bed. Get some sleep because I have 3 classes today, and I had to get the boys up and ready for school and feed them and get them dressed and packed to go by their dads. And so it's almost done though. It is my goal to finish it before the end of the day today, although I will say I will be trying to a little bit prioritize sleep tonight because I am exhausted. It has been a lot of weeks of late nights and I have to teach tomorrow. And so, yes, thank you for your patience. I will have it done and off to you as soon as possible. If not tonight, it will be by the end of the night tomorrow night because I have to teach tomorrow and I do have to have some energy to make it through that. It's Phi-Ed, so like I have to have some energy. So, yay! Okay, so hello to Marcia and, okay, I said yes, Patricia and Connie, and yay! How much is the class, Kelly? Okay, so there are 2 different options, and I might have to get back to you on it if I cannot come up with them right off the top of my head. But there is an option for our Be Happy Stampers to get just the kit. So just the 15 card kits. You, as a Be Happy Stamper, have to provide your own DSP, provide your own antique pearls, and provide your own basic beige ribbon. I need to get basic beige ribbon and antique pearls because that's the kind of kit that I have right here. Oh my gosh. So like you're seeing it all come to me. So I will have to take a quick jaunt upstairs to grab those things. But that is one option. I feel like that might be $28. If you are not a Be Happy Stamper, the kit that you will get includes all of those things. It includes this, which is all of the pre-kitted pieces. It also includes the DSP, the ribbon, and the antique pearls. So you've got 3 full-size products as well as all of the kits, and I want to say that one might be $58. So the prices are close. I'm probably off by just a little bit, but coordinate, Marcia, if you want to coordinate with us outside of the video, we can help get you what you need so that you can make these beautiful cards as well. Yes, so everyone, at least everyone that registered by a certain point last week, I don't remember at what point I sent it out, I sent out a cutting guide. So I will attach that with the PDF as well when that comes out. So that was the, I took a screenshot of the DSP papers. Let's see here. So my kits look like this because I've got all sorts of craziness that I've already cut out of here. But let's see here. I'm trying to get the full sheets out of the back. So the sheet that has the scenes on it, and I don't have a full sheet of it, it's got, I think, 8 scenes on it. This is all that I have left, but you actually will consume every single one of these. So basically that screenshot just looked like a whole bunch of red lines between all of these, so that's not that complicated anyways. Then on this scene, there were a couple of the like scenes and a couple of the characters that we cut out. This is the main sheet. It's got clouds on one side. Hello, Mary Lemke. Welcome back. I got the, yep, Nancy, you got the email with the cutting instructions, and then I will also include the cutting instructions when I send the tutorial out as well. So, this sheet I had to cut into, but it was a picture of a full sheet with all of the variety of characters that we're using throughout. Then over here, it showed which ones of these, and actually we didn't use any of these on this current class, but it was a bunch of these ovals. This was not included because, yes, we will need to cut some pieces of this, excuse me, but you do not need any of fussy cutting on this because there really is no fussy cutting. This piece, we cut out a very small amount of characters off of here. Of course, we will be using this side as well. And then this one, these are just full sheets that we have not cut into yet. So that is the DSP. We will definitely talk through like the DSP pieces, not the labels and the fussy cutting pieces. We'll definitely talk through those as we get to the cards. And Diane Bush, yes, the tutorial, when it is written, will be available for purchase. I do not know off the top of my head what that price is going to be because I will consult with Chris on what a 15 card tutorial costs, if it costs anything different. But yes, we will have that available for purchase as well. I did say at the beginning that I am kitting up. Oh, we can go back to talking now. I am kitting up 16 more of these. Those are not all sold yet. So if you did not get one yet and you're looking to get one, just reach out and we will. The goal is to try to have them done by the June mailing, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow, as far as I remember. So there's still time to reach out and claim them. If you have not filled out the June registration form yet, go ahead and put that in the past classes section. So it's called, this class is called the Silly Old Bear Stamp-a-Stack. So I am going to let you guys entertain yourselves for the next just minute or two while I run upstairs, and I am so sorry that I forgot to do that. So I will be right back. All right. Thank you for your patience. I also went to the bathroom because I'm like, oh my gosh, we'll be on for quite a while. So, whew. Okay. Ooh, Muggy, Missouri. Did you miss much? No, Snowy Mama, you did not miss anything. I did a little bit of talking and I ran and got the last few things that I needed. We only have 4 Man, I need some water already. We only have 4 little antique pearls, so I'm going to have a weird mix of gems, but it is what it is, so that's how the cookie crumbles. It was all I could find, so booty hoo hoo, it is what it is. Okay, so yes, kits, tutorial will be available. Kits are still available. I'm going to give you a rough price. Please know that I might be off by a few dollars one way or the other. The Be Happy Stampers kit is approximately $28, and the full kit, which includes all of the products, all of the consumable products, doesn't include the stamps or the dies or anything like that, is approximately $58. We'll have to watch the replay. Thank you for tuning in, even just for a little bit, Doris. We appreciate you. So, I am going to grab my computer, we'll do roll call quick, and then we will get to creating and talking through all of the different things that we need and how we're going to utilize the kit and how we are going to kind of work it with the pieces from the DSP pack. So let me grab my computer. And I will do our roll call, which there are a couple different places that these lists exist, so I'm going to pray that I grab the right one, but please call yourself out if you are on the list and I don't call your name. So let me get in where I belong. Woohoo! Mary Jo Stoll is excited to make these cards. So am I. I am so very excited. I was working with Sean last night, my boyfriend, and he was trying to help. And I mean, he doesn't know how to write the tutorials, and he, you know, like, he's not a card maker. So he was like, how can I help? So I was having him rough cut the things that need to be die cut and fussy cut, and I ran into a couple, just a few very small issues, and I'll talk to you about what those are. Ah, yes, Connie Moore, good call. So those prices are for porch pickup. There is a shipping cost as well, or if you already have things in packages, like, that affects the shipping. So I do not know or understand the shipping aspect, even just like a little bit. So yes, that is porch pickup prices is what I had mentioned. All right, now, can the internet work? I really hope it can. But I also don't want to mess with the stream because, oh my goodness, Tuesday when I was here, we had a kit class, and the kit class was so very buffering, and I felt terrible. It was really hard. Most people didn't stick around. It did seem to, like, resolve itself throughout the course of time, but not good. It was bad. So I'm going to give the internet one more shot. I just closed out my computer and I'm going to try one more time, but I'm not going to test the internet overlords. If it's not meant to be, we will not push it. Okay, let's go to, all right, we are May 2026, and we are Stamp a Stack Silly Old Bear. All right. So I am going. Okay. So buckle up because I have 100 people on my list, which is amazing and so wonderful and happy to be able to accomplish that. I have so many big goals. Obviously, I think most of you know my goal is to earn Costa Rica. It has been hard. It has been a grind, and I am on pace. I would love to say, hey, I got it, I'm there, but I am on pace. I've got a long way to go, but I appreciate everyone who has supported in any way, shape, or form, including by purchasing this class. So Thank you to Angelique Schaefer, Annette Rowland, Debbie Stone, Diane Bogenhagen, Donna Grutschke, Dawn Funk, Gloria Verstegen, Jean Schutt, Jill Butzine, Judy Immel, Karen Wetstein, Luann Trumpauer, Lila Erickson, Mary Lemke and Mary Carls, Leslie McMinn, Patty Wright, Penny Powell, Susan Bellamy, Susan Devine, Tracy Gruby, Lisa LaFramboy, Nancy Billets, Jean Terwilliger, Debbie Gast, Cindy Hutchings, Connie Moore, Faye Godby, Brenda Cottrell, Kathleen Ketterman, Mary Novak, Sherry Ott, Elaine Peranio, Hope Toy, Judy Dean, Judy Sharp, Julie Bontranger, Karen Woods, Kelly Gibson, Kimberly Snow, Linda Rios, Lisa Mulis, Lori Baxter, Ann Bellinger, Margene Yasui, Mary Jo Stoll, Sarah Stoic, Nina Barbaric, Patsy Bischoff, Rita Steffi, Rosie Prouty, Rosie Talent, Sherry Everett, Shirley Natali, Stacy Tan, Patricia Fagley, Quincy Bridge, sorry, I gotta scroll, Nina Germany, Andy Acquisto, Ruth Nicholson, Carmen Melendez, Marilyn Durbin, Laura Lee Cosgrove, Cheryl Bowie, Sherry Stewart, Christina Bernards, Francis Rodriguez, Carrie White, we have Patty Romano, Linda Scott, Mimi Hohenstein, Julie Bierschbach, Amy Langlois, we have Janie Flawlant, Nancy Mole, Gail Zerlicher, Mary Hodge, Vera Anderson, Anna Zastro, Marsha Roberts, Aline Rebeck, Audrina Spar, we have Stacy Burns, Bonnie Gavins, Jenny Adams, Christina Heiser, Debbie Schultz, Jeannie Parker, Denise Cooper, we have Kate Reynolds, we have Julie Damaris, Mary Sykes, and Mary Besgrove, Feline Mays, and Sandy Coy Emery. So, thank you to all of those lovely ladies. Thank you also for tuning in and calling yourselves out for our roll call today. I pray that I got most of your names at least mostly right. I am not Chris, and Chris is so good with the names and so good. Oh, man, obviously she has been doing this for a long time, but like she knows the names and she knows all these things about all of you, and like she'll remember seeing you or like seeing you on or this, like her brain capacity is so endearing. Like it leaves some for me to desire. I'm working on it. So I so very much appreciate you all. And yes, my goal is to earn Costa Rica, but my goal I will not ever forget. So Chris and I, we had just gotten back from Onstage. There were so many amazing things that happened at Onstage and that were announced at Onstage. We were like so excited, and I was sitting in my chair snuggling one of my boys. I don't remember which one. And Chris called, and I try to filter my life at least somewhat. Like I am on all the time, either working for Chris, working for my own cards, working for school stuff. So like when I'm sitting with my kids, and I'm not super good at this, but I am working on getting better at it. And like Chris calls or something like that, I didn't answer. I was like, you know what? I'm here with my boys. I'm not going to open up whatever can of worms from the stamping world needs to be dealt with right now. Chris says there are no emergencies in stamping. So I didn't answer. And then she immediately texted me back and said, you are not going to believe what is coming in I think it was March, or was it May? I don't even know. Maybe it was the May online exclusives. And I was like, okay. She says, Winnie the Pooh. I was like, what? Stampin' Up! Has been around for like 35 years. Chris has been a part of Stampin' Up! For a long time. I have been a part of Stampin' Up! For a long time. Not necessarily as a demonstrator, but like as a Stamping with Chris for at least 20 years. Like, I know that does not seem believable, but it's true. There has never... Yes, Francis Rodriguez, I feel like I did call your name, but I could be wrong. And thank you for calling yourself out if I missed you, because I don't want to miss anybody. And I appreciate you as well as everyone else. So, as far as I know, Stampin' Up! Has never done like a Winnie the Pooh or a licensed thing. Now, I know there's all sorts of things going on with Winnie the Pooh and their 100-year anniversary and like being re-licensed or whatever it all is. And I'm sure that had something to do with how and why we got this amazing product set. But either way, I was like, oh my gosh, that is my thing. Like, Chris obviously knows this about me, that I've been all about Winnie the Pooh for like my entire world, my entire life. And it felt like a sign from God, like, this is what you need. I'm going to help you get there. So, man, I've really been so excited. When I got it, I was so excited to tear it open and start designing with it. And thankfully, Chris was on board with helping me design a Stamp-A-Stack out of it. And then we have our next class, which is the Honey Pots and Happy Thoughts, which I will show at the end of this. If you're interested, that is going out in June. Joining from North. Thank you so much for joining, Donna. So yes, and then I do even have an idea. I'm not quite sure. I have several ideas. I'm not sure what it's going to be, but I think I'm going to be doing a sampler then maybe in August, and I might even have a class in September. I don't know. Maybe I should just do a Winnie the Pooh class every month for like the rest of eternity. Just kidding. The paper is going to go away at some point, and then I'm going to like hoard up as much of it as I can. Oh, anyways, so thank you so much for joining. I truly appreciate you being here. Let's take a peek. Hello, Carol. Thank you so much for joining. This is what your pack looks like. If you ordered it as a full kit because you're not a Be Happy Stamper or because you were looking for an additional way to support me, you also received a full pack. This is not a full pack. I already talked about how I don't have any littles in here. But a full pack of embellishments and a full roll of this amazing basic beige ribbon. I'm not going to lie. I stocked up on it, and now because of the success of the class, I am getting down to my last few rolls of it. So I'm so happy that... Woohoo! Connie already has 4 packs of the DSP. I only have the one, and it's looking in rough shape because I've cut so much out of it. So I have ordered extra packs, but I've ended up consuming them in the class because we needed to get this shipped out to that person or that shipped out to that person. So I definitely need to restock up. So I'm going to take a quick drink before I, like, explode from excitement because I've been so excited and happy and talking about it, and like I need to breathe. If you can't tell, I need to take a breath. Okay. So, the kit includes all of the pieces minus the DSP pieces. So we will talk about that. There is, I honestly think 12 of the 15 cards have an espresso base. So it's really hard to talk about the cards and the stuff because they all are based out of espresso, but bear with me. All of the pieces are together. This will tell you, obviously, if you ever come back to it, what class you are doing. But you can just pull apart by the card bases to to access the next card. Central Texas, sunny and 82 degrees. Oh, that sounds amazing, Debbie. Okay, so I have them all in order, and I will go through that order with you as we go through the cards. But we need to add a whole bunch of DSP, fussy cut, and all sorts of different pieces as we go. So I'm going to help you collate that as we go through the pieces, but for the time being, I'm going to pull off to the side and talk about some of the stamp sets that we are using. So obviously, we're using the Sweet Old Friends stamp set. This has all of the stamped critters, and the characters in most cases we're using are coming from the DSP, but we do pull in the Sweet Old Friends stamp set to stamp some images on the inside of the cards. Regardless, we definitely need the Sweet Old Friends for the die cuts. So these die cut not only the stamped images, but then they also die cut from the DSP. So love that. And then there are some additional images as well. So we've got a honeycomb. We have some signpost pieces. We have a stump. We have a honey pot. So the stump has the bottom and the top, and then the honey pot has the pot and the honey that comes out of the pot. Diane, excellent. You can fill out the June registration form and put it on the past classes, and we can finish up getting that together for you. Thank you. I appreciate it, Diane. Then we have 2 small leaves. The rest are critter pieces. So we've got a single honey pot and the group of honey pot, which correspond to the stamp or the DSP. Then we have Piglet blowing on a dandelion puff. We have Eeyore. We have Pooh and Piglet walking side by side. We have Rabbit, Owl, Pooh Bear standing up holding a honey pot. We have Tigger, we have Kanga, and then we have Pooh Bear sitting down. Okay, so those are the stamps and the dies. Then there's a second stamp and die set. So this was a mega sweet. And this is the Sweet Words and Labels stamps and dies. And let me tell you, it is so good. So we have the labels stamp for these 2 labels. Those obviously have coordinating dies as well. And these graphics you'll see around a lot of the pieces of DSP that we are, so you'll see that same type of style for a label. Then we have words, and I used a lot of these words, but I did bring in a bunch of other words as well, and we'll talk about them in just a minute. And obviously you'll find out from the PDF tutorial what these all are as well. But the words in the Sweet Words and Labels set are: the best kind of days are the days spent together. I will love you until forever and even after that. Oh, bother. You deserve a little treat. Sometimes when you go looking for happiness, happiness finds you. It never hurts to keep looking up, and old friends are the best friends. Then we have a ton of label dies. In this class, we particularly used these 2 labels. So these are used for a lot of sentiments. These 2 small ones. Then oh, Debbie, okay, so the mail price is $57. That could track. And then of course with the shipping. So, yep. Okay, then we have this piece. This got die cut out a ton as well. So this goes and mats a bunch of these pieces, the DSP pieces that we cut out. Then we have a die for the DSP pieces. So you will need that to go ahead and die cut this piece out. If you don't have the die set, you can just cut around it. Then the rest of these pieces I didn't use for anything except for this last little piece I did use for 1 sentiment. So just a bunch of additional layering labels. In the time since designing this class, I have used a bunch of these other ones. You'll see them coming in the next class, and I'll show you what those are. Then we also have a double leaf, so a big and a smaller leaf, and then a big leaf over here. And then we have pieces to make acorns. Now the acorns I did not use for this class, but I do have it slated for the next Winnie the Pooh class, and I will show all of those cards off at the end. Okay, so those are the 2 stamp and die sets that are in the Mega Suite. The other things that I use mostly just for sentiments, To a Forever Kind of Friend, I used that out of the Lily of the Valley set. And then we might have even used the Happy Birthday. And again, I'll call these out as we come to them. I just wanted to pull together all of the things that we used in the beginning. Then Opulent Oasis, I used the Sending Happy Thoughts. Prayers and Promises, I used I'm Here For You Always. All Aflutter, Thinking of You Today. Banner Sayings, You Did It. Lovely Arrangements, I used Hello Friend. So a lot of these are just for the sentiments. So if you don't have any of those exact stamp sets, that is a-okay. You can just use the sentiments that you have at home. Thank you, Debbie. So the Be Happy Stampers kit mailed is $35 and the whole kit mailed is $71. Hello, Nancy Mole. Thank you for sticking it out with us today. Okay, so that's the stamps. Most of what we're doing today is going to be actually in early espresso. But I do also have a few instances where we're using Mossy Meadow and Pecan Pie. Correct, Francis. I have a few finishing touches to put on the PDF, and that will go out either today or tomorrow. My sincere apologies. I just ran out of steam last night, even though I've been working on it the last 3 nights. So it's almost there. All right, pulling those off to the side, we also will need some daubers. Okay, so that is everything. Now, when you receive your kit, we're going to start with card number 1. You'll receive all of the cardstock, embossed, and die cut. That's okay, Nancy Mole. Yes, we make sure that you made the cut. So you'll receive all the cardstock, die cut, and embossed pieces. Now, you also either received a pack of DSP from your registration, or if you got the Be Happy Stampers registration, you will bring in your own pieces of DSP because you will need those as well. I will tell you this, and I'll call this out as we go throughout the class. I did not pull out on the cutting guide the pieces for the inside because those pieces are completely transferable. I did not want you to sacrifice a piece of DSP just to get the little critter or the little thing for the inside when you could have used something else or could have just stamped it or could have used that larger back side for a piece of DSP that you needed for a different project or even for this project. So this is card number 1. This is Piglet at Pooh Bear's Door, and we are making a thank you card out of it. So you are going to, in addition to the pieces that come in your kit, you will need a piece of DSP with the pattern, the Golden Glow and Early Espresso pattern. Yes, Margine Eskelson, the PDF will be available for purchase after the class is over. Like I said, I'm just finishing it up. It should be done by Thursday or Friday. I don't know. Chris helps me with like distributing of some things, so I'm not sure if she'll get it sent out prior to getting back from the incentive trip or not. You can reach out to me. Like the payments and stuff go through her, so we'll get it figured out. But yes, I will be selling the PDF as well. I'm not certain on the price for the PDF because Chris kind of helps with the pricing of things. So we might just need to be a little patient until she gets back to answer some of those questions. But the piece that has this very dainty espresso and golden glow pattern, if you need help, it's on the back side of this sheet. We will need to cut a 2 by 4.5 piece of that DSP. And then also from the DSP, you will die cut the piglet at the door scene. Okay? Everything else comes from the kit that I distributed to you. So I'm going to move, I cut out a couple of little honey pots and a piglet for the inside, and we will use those when we get there. So hello to Rosie from Atlantic Beach, Florida. I'm going to take a drink of water, and then we're going to start making our card. So, first we will need the pecan pie and a dauber. And we are going to add some pecan pie to our embossed piece. Okay, so the embossed piece is embossed using the beautiful pattern embossing folder. That has since retired. I feel like that one came and went kind of quickly, although I could be wrong because my sense of time is very off sometimes. But basically, I really liked it. I used it for several of my different classes and was sad to see that it retired. But I do like how it coordinates with the DSP. It looks like a very similar pattern, so I thought that was pretty cool. That's why I wanted to use it here. Diane, where do you go to buy the kit? So you can fill out the June registration form, and that will be noted in the past classes section. You would call it the Silly Old Bear Stamp-a-Stack. Otherwise, go ahead and reach out to Christine or myself, and we'll get you registered. Okay, so pecan pie is our ink, and we are going to run it on our Beautiful Patterns embossed image. Now you can see most of what we're going to be doing is around the edges, so I'm going to start in the middle and notice that it is way too dark on first go. I am always pretty heavy-handed with my daubing, so I always know that I need to test off first so that I don't get it too heavy. Okay, that's much better. I've got a lot of shadows and glare going on with our lighting system, but I think that looks pretty good. Yeah, not a problem, Francis. I'm glad that you called it out. It is totally fine. I don't take offense to it. I just, PDFs are so important, and I want them to be good, and I want them to be right. But they take a lot of time to write. So I really thought I could get it done in, I don't remember, did I say, I've been working on it the last 2 or 3 nights, and I really thought I was going to be able to get it done. by the end of the night last night. Well, my goal was to have finished it over the weekend. That was really, really, really when I wanted to get it done. But I was too busy cutting and kitting. So I was like, okay, well, I'll work on it on the weeknight. So I worked on it Monday night, Tuesday night, and Wednesday night, and just ran out of time. So this is a very soft, subtle pattern. So even more so, we want to be light with our ink because we don't want it to get too dark and too heavy. But go ahead and just draw the ink over the top. Just to draw out that pattern. Now I see here on my kit that the embossing kind of like tapered off a little bit over in this corner, and I don't know how or why that happened, but I do know, I wonder if my Beautiful Patterns embossing folder isn't the best, because I have noticed that on some of my pieces that they aren't perfectly patterned, but it is just a background texture, so if that is on your piece as well, well, first of all, my apologies, but second of all, just choose whether you want it to be in the bottom, so like for this particular one, in the bottom right corner or the upper left. So whichever one you think is less noticeable or less obvious. Okay, so that takes care of that. I'm going to keep my dauber with the pecan pie because I do know that we have more of that coming up. Okay, then we are going to go back to our stack and we are going to burnish our card base. Then we can marry up our piece of DSP with our espresso mat. So I'll just grab my liquid glue. Okay, then we're going to do the same thing to this piece of DSP and mat. I love the stripes on the back side of this sheet of scenes, but I just don't know how to use it because I couldn't fathom cutting a piece of that DSP for like a design and then sacrificing the scene on the opposite side. So it's beautiful, but I don't see myself ever using it. Okay. Sorry, I can't be tired. I have a lot of cards to make. I need to eat something probably, but lunch is after this class. Okay, so got that. I'm going to place my embossed mat on my card base. And then I'm going to move the pieces off to the side. And I'm going to start stamping. Got a little careless with my glue. Okay, so like I said, I didn't get perfectly embossed in that corner. I chose to put it in the upper left. And actually, I'm going to keep adhering things before I move on to the stamping. So we're going to adhere the matted DSP piece. So it's going to be centered top to bottom and then nested into the corner. Okay, then we've got our scene. That's gonna get dimensionals behind it. I need more dimensionals. Let's see if I can find some more. Ask and you shall receive. We're going to use a lot of dimensionals, so I may as well keep them close by. So I'm just going to go ahead and put dimensionals on this. And just based on, you know, I know I don't have the thank you stamped or put on it yet, but I'm okay with that because I can tell where I'm going to be placing it. So we'll put it closer to the top than the bottom. Somewhere in that vicinity. Then you've got your sentiment label, and the thank you that we used for this one came out of Lovely Arrangements. And the inside, oh, sorry, that's not my finished card. The inside is from Sending Salutations. So let's find both of them. Oh my goodness gracious. I used Sending Salutations for the inside of most of these cards, and I didn't even grab it. So give me a second. Okay, God knew that I missed it because there's 3 bins over there, and I can't keep on top of what got released when. You know, oh my goodness, I just dropped them all. To know what bin it's supposed to be in. So not only did I go to the right bin, but I also flipped to the exact right stamp set. So that was amazing. Okay. All right, so thank you. Oh, yeah, I called out earlier what I used for these. I called out Hello Friend because I did use that, but I also used the thank you for this card. So there you go. That being said, you could transition this to a Hello Friend if you are not inclined to want to send thank you cards or not to use this as a thank you card. All right, I just pressed the button. Let's unpress that. Okay. So, early espresso, thank you. And that just gets centered. Centered, but I did a really bad job centering it. Oopsies. I do have the dies right here. I think I'm going to redo that because, oh my goodness, that was bad. I'm still warming up, you know? Okay, does that fit on here? Just does. So I think we used this die on 5 of the cards, and we made 100 kits, and now we're making more than 100 kits, but my beautiful, lovely, amazing mother die cut over 500 of this little label over the course of all eternity. I will say, fortunately, I have this set of dies, and I borrowed Chris's set of dies, but that's still over 250 passes with this one particular die. So, there you go. We're gonna make another one. I don't usually use the mini die cutting machine because obviously you know, I try to maximize how many things I put on a run, or, you know, any variety of reasons. I do typically just use the big guy, but it is nice to have. Okay. Put him off to the side. Oh my gosh, what happened? What? Okay, what's going on? I pray that nothing is going on and you guys are just all still hanging out and it just happened on my screen, not your screen. Okay, so that was really, really not cool, but I don't know if you guys all got kicked off or if nothing happened, but on my end, everything went away and I freaked out a little bit. Okay, anyways, we're back, and now we're going to stamp this much, much more centered, and I'm going to actually hover over the top of it so that I can see where I'm stamping. That's what we'll do from now on. Okay, that's bad too. As I put it down, I saw that all is well here. Okay, well, wow, that was crazy. Okay, so there we have not perfect, but better, thank you. Mine's good. Okay, well, I don't know what happened, but it said stream is finished, and it took me away, and it took me over to a Stampin' Fun in the Sun screen, and then I navigated back to here, and it said that the stream was finished, and then I refreshed it and everybody came back. So I don't know what happened, but it just was a little bit of a panic-stricken moment. So okay, so that takes care of the stamping for the outside. We'll get to the stamping for the inside in just a minute. I'm going to leave this here in case I need more redos. Okay, so we've got 6 inches of basic beige that we are doing. Okay, so if you've never had a tutorial of mine before, that's the wrong end. Okay, so we're putting it on the U end of things. If you've never had a tutorial of mine before, I try to write mine like Jolene writes, but I don't know if I'm even very successful at that. But in terms of ribbon, I either do like loop, like this one is a loop, loop, tail. Sometimes we do loop, loop, tail, tail. But this is woven. So I refer to this as down, up, down, up. Okay? So the ribbon starts down, you bring it up, you bring it back down, and you bring it back up. Hey, Chris! Hi! She is amazing. But so are you for letting me borrow your dies so that I didn't have to do 500 runs of one die. What time are you in? Is it 5? Your body time is not the same as the... Wow. Okay, so anyways. Hi, Chris. It's nice to see you. Okay, so I do down, up is what I refer to that as when you read the tutorial. Fortunately, everything that is confusing to understand in a tutorial is aided by the fact that there's a picture right next to it. So there you go. If it doesn't make sense, just reference the picture. Okay, so then we are taking our piece of ribbon and we're going down, up, down, up. And this is pretty perfect because, okay, I did up, down, up, down. Not that that matters. Oh, okay. Yeah, something happened, that's for sure. I'm glad that it's still good because I freaked out. Something happened, but nothing happened, and that's a-okay. So down, now we'll loop up, and then down, and we'll loop back up. And this piece just so happens to be the end of a previous roll of ribbon, so it's got some gooiness up there, but that's okay. Now, you can also, this is 6 inches of ribbon, and that's what we called for on the recipe. You could also do a tail and a loop and a loop and a tail and save that little bit in the inside. That is up to you. You have an entire roll of ribbon. If it's easier for you to just weave it back and forth and call it a day, go straight ahead. It looks straight from Juno. Did you have a mimosa this morning? Just kidding. It's not straight. It's just not perfectly straight. And that's okay, because in my world, not perfectly straight sometimes is as straight as I can get it. Okay, so we've got the weaving of that. Now we're going to finish the tear and tape sandwich. So let us all know, how is Alaska? How was the travel? Are we doing well? We're just dying with anticipation. Okay, so then this is going to go down there, and I'm actually going to need to trim the tails a little bit more. At least of the down one, because it's hanging off the page. Off to get some breakfast. It's 8:30 there. Okay, I wish it was 8:30 here, because I have a lot more of the day that I need to squeeze in. Okay, so just a little additional trimming there. Then I'm going to take a mini dimensional, and I'm actually just going to, oh yeah, is it cold? That's a very valid question. So I'm going to just put dimensionals on either side of the focal image, because I didn't want to put them on the back of there and not get them in the right spot. Then I also intend to peel the waxy backing off of the tear and tape to use that as adhesive as well. Then I'm going to hover this. Actually, I'm going to move this one because you can't really see it, but it's not in the best spot. It should go more over there. Okay, then we're going to hover this where we want it. Okay, that's perfect. Then we will bring in our antique pearls. Pretty, pretty. And we've got a large down on the bottom. I think there are only 3 sizes on these. Yep. It's funny because those, that must be, yeah. Okay, so without the small ones here for mine, I'm going to do a large and probably a large and a medium. No, I'm probably going to do 2 mediums. I'm going to run out of smalls very quickly, so I'm a little bit reserving them. So there you have it. That is card number 1. We made it, and now we keep trucking along. Oh my goodness, you guys. That's when you throw up the red flag and say, no, 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 we need to stamp the inside yet. And I would say, oh, you're right. Okay, so sending salutations. I truly appreciate all you do. So this sending salutation set is so good. We used a lot of these sentiments for the insides. And I even said to Chris, which is me just, you know, being new, is it bad if I use the exact same stamp set for almost all of the insides? And she's like, no, that is amazing. Like, okay, great. Sending salutations is where it's at. Okay, I truly appreciate all you do. Now, let's try to make this straight. It is not straight. I think that's better. Thank you, Margine. I love it too. So these cards are very much built around the DSP scenes. But sometimes it can be difficult to make the card a wow card without, you know, them all looking the same, because they are out of these DSP scenes that are just very consistent throughout the whole pack of DSP. But I really challenged myself to make sure that the cards are nice quality cards. So I hope you do like them. So then what I did was I fussy cut out that little piglet. And then these pieces of honey pots, I didn't want to go into, yeah, turn it over. See, Diane gets it. I didn't want to cut into like a big piece of something and get it. So I really just took, like here, I've got a honey pot that's partially cut off. Oh my goodness, you can't even see that. You see how, so this is the clouds paper. You see how I cut that out and then like, this is perfect. I didn't want to, you know, that's not very useful. The back's not very useful, but I could just cut out that one little honey pot, and so that's how I did a lot of the insides, was just went and searched for things that were hanging off of the edge that I could still make use of. So, without further ado, I'm going to, like, this one was on the edge of a page. So, I want Piglet to cover up that little, like, flat edge. So, I'm going to glue down this set of 2. Then I'm going to glue down Piglet. Then I'm going to shimmy this behind Piglet so that you don't see that flat edge. And that is how I accomplished the inside. So then we will glue this down. We're double matting all of the insides of these cards because we thought it was a nice finishing touch. And there you have it. Card number 1 is done, which means we have 14 to go. Oh, man. Okay. Let's pull these off. I need more room. There's no room. We're back. I also stellaed around the outside of the frame. Now, I'm not gonna, I spent actually a lot of time putting the finishing touches on these cards. I'm not sure if I'm going to spend the time to do all of that on the live. I will for this one because I'm over halfway done with it, but I don't want this to be a 5-hour live. So some of the things I might just call out and not actually do on the live. But I did go ahead and Stella just the brown border, which I thought was a really nice little finishing touch. Not something that is, okay, this Stella is not juicy. She's barely leaving behind any bits. Oh, here we go, here we go. So, just around the brown. So there you have it. Another small little detail, and all those little details make all the world of difference. Okay, now we are on card number 2. Okay, card number 2 comes with an early espresso card base, which we can burnish right off the bat. We've got a hydrangea hue matte, a hydrangea hue inside matte, and a vanilla inside matte. Then from our DSP, we will grab Owl and Piglet and that swampy looking scene. Now, I just rough cut it so that I've got a little bit of vanilla around each edge, but we need to cut it down to size. Good morning, Gwen. Thank you so much for joining. So that it fits on our mat. So the size that we need to cut that DSP down to is 5 1/16 by 3 13/16. So it will have still a little bit of a border around it, which is nice. It's nice to have that consistency. So I'm going to start by trimming just down on one side, and then I'm going to rotate it and trim it at 3 13/16. Then I'm going to do the same on the top and bottom and trim down, just a rough cut, and then rotate it and trim it at 5 1/16. Actually, I trimmed just a little bit too much off the bottom that now it doesn't have equal vanilla around it. So I'm just going to trim, and I got it a little frayed, so I'm just going to trim a little bit more off the top to clean up that fraying edge. Okay, now we can start to glue. So we'll adhere down our DSP. So of all of the designing I've done with the Pooh Bear so far, this is, I think, the only pattern of DSP that I haven't used at all. Just the marching little characters. I haven't been inspired by it. That's okay. I can't see using that side over using the beautiful scenes. When I was going through last week and making that cutting guide for you, I honestly didn't remember or didn't realize that we used every single one of the scenes on this particular sheet of DSP. It's like, wow. But now that I think back, I'm not surprised because we rough cut them all out and then we laid them out, and I was like, okay, well, what scene should we do next? And now, yes, not all of the cards were built off of a scene, but a lot of them were. I mean, half of them were. Okay, so there is that scene. Now I'm going to move these pieces off, and we are going to start stamping. Okay, I hope all things wonderful are headed your way comes out of sending salutations. So that's for the inside. And because I have that stamp set sitting right here, I'm going to start with the inside. Then we have Old Friends Are the Best Friends, and that comes from Sweet Old Friends. So both of these are stamped in Early Espresso. That looks pretty straight. I'm happy with that. Okay, then we'll clean that up, and we are going to grab our other stamp set. Oh, Nancy says, can you add that little guillotine to my order? Do it while Chris is away. She might not notice. Nancy, you are so funny. I love it. Yes, so I don't even have that little guillotine either. I have a different brand one that I just had prior to when I was doing all of, like, prior to when I got into exclusively Stampin' Up. But guillotine cutters are my favorite. It is so nice to be able to get a nice clean edge. Okay, so this piece is plenty long, so we are going to want to align it to the left edge. Okay, then we'll clean it up. Move it out. I know, Chris usually blocks up all of her stamps beforehand, and I just ran out of time, so my sincere apologies. Okay, Old Friends Are the Best Friends, and then we're going to cut that at an angle. Okay, then we are going to adhere the brown one beneath it. So we're going to layer them aligned on the left-hand edge. So like they line up over here. But we're going to trim it at an angle past. I thought I heard somebody.
Oh, Kelly, you're
Hello, Janet.
Are you online?
I am online.
Okay, just hi.
How did the travel go?
Good.
Everything went good?
Good.
Excellent.
Yeah, well, I'll let you.
Janet was Chris's shuttle to the airport on Tuesday, and so I was around when they were gearing up to go.
Yeah, I got lucky because I got a half a mile down the road and the tire pressure light came on in my car, so I turned around, went home, grabbed the truck, went down there. I just got back from holiday now, and she said I never would have made it.
Oh my gosh. Well,
she said there was only 10 pounds of pressure left in the tire.
Oh my gosh. God was on your side.
So, yes. And Chris never would have made it to the airport. So, yeah. Good.
That would have been terrible.
Good guardian angel.
Good guardian angel. Thank goodness.
All right. I'll let you go.
Awesome. You have a great day.
You too.
Okay. Old friends are the best friends. We are going to flip that over and add some tear and tape. And then we are going to take 4 inches of ribbon. Okay. And we are going to do loop, loop, tail. So I'm going to stick it under there-ish. We're going to loop it up. We're going to loop a second loop. And then a little bigger. And then a tail. Trim the edge. And then finish the tear and tape sandwich. Okay. Move that off to the side. Now we can do some additional adhesion. Just going to stick these 2 pieces together. Now, for the inside of this card, I grabbed this Eeyore, who was missing his legs. But if you stick him on the inside, on the bottom, it doesn't look bad. So he is on the outer edge of the cloud paper. He's just hanging out there. And I was like, you know what? So again, when I was going to do the insides, I had these cards completely designed, done, and ready to go. And then one night, this was over a month ago, I think, I just sat there after bedtime looking at the different pieces of DSP, figuring out what I could pull from it to add to the inside. And I was like, you know what? He's just hanging out there. I may as well take him. So that's what I did. I cut him off and gave him a new life. All right, then we're going to do dimensionals behind our sentiment. And you know what? Eeyore probably has never been happier. Okay. Oh my goodness. Jumping jeebies. Okay, so I lined this up with the hydrangea hue layer. Then for our owl, okay, remember when I got a whole bunch of dimensionals and put them out? Where did I put them? I need the big ones. Okay, am I really gonna start another one? Oh, they're right here. They're right here. Okay. Owl, I put a dimensional behind his head. Piglet, I put a dimensional behind his head and a dimensional behind the puffer, well, dandelion puffer. Then I put liquid glue on his feet, and on his feet, I perched Owl up in the tree. Then I perched Piglet down on the seashore. I don't know. It's not a sea, but you know what I mean. Then we're going to take a big and a medium and a medium. Then we're going to grab Stella. I put Stella along the edge of the brown. And on the wispies. Oh, and on the, oh my goodness, there's more. And on the dragonfly. I do remember that. And in the water. Beautiful. Okay, so there we have card number 2. This is pretty general. Hope all wonderful things are headed your way. Old friends are the best friends. This could easily be a birthday card or a thinking of you card. Okay, so that's card number 2. Uh-oh, where did I put my other recipe card? Okay, I seem to have lost a recipe card. I got it. I want to try to stay organized because this is a lot of cards. All right, my dearies, it's time to move on to card number 3, which is Hello, Friend. So then, your kit from me, you will have received, oh goodness, got some crumpling. A Mossy Meadow base. Go ahead and burnish that right off the bat. Then you've got a double matted inside in Golden Glow. We've got a strip of Golden Glow that we're going to put our ribbon around. And then you have a die cut mat, a strip for your sentiment, and a die cut leaf. So that's what we're working with here. Now I see here that this label is 5/8 and this label is a little, it's a lot less than 5/8. So what do I got? Is this not 5/8? No, this is 3/4. Okay, so is my recipe card wrong? So this is why I take a kit that is straight from the production line, because this is what you are getting. So this is at 5/8. And what we had designed with was 3/4. So either I told Mom wrong or somewhere along the way we had a miscommunication. So either somewhere along the line you are going to have a 3/4 where you're supposed to have a 5/8 or vice versa. If you have Very Vanilla of your own, you could always trim your own if you like it to be a little thicker. Otherwise, you can take the thinner one and use it if you would like. But I feel like that was maybe for the wrong card. Another thing to note, these came out in batches and they might not all be exactly the same. So like I might have had this improperly done for this batch, but I might have done it correctly for a different batch. So my sincere apologies, but if you are going to cut your own, we've got 2 3/4 by 3 1/4. So 2 3/4, and then not 3 1/4, by 3/4. And here's something I've learned. These tiny little strips are not fun. So if you ever get one and it's not super straight, first of all, accept my sincere apologies. But second of all, know that my helpers, which in this case was Mom and Sean, Sean has been trying really hard to help in ways that he can. He is not crafty in any way, shape, or form. So to some degree, it's a little overwhelming, but he tries, and I so appreciate all the help because I need it all. Yeah. So anyways, I know he has helped with the strips, and it is hard. He got frustrated like right off the bat, and I was like, it's okay. I promise you, it doesn't need to be perfect. Although I can tell you this was not a, this is imperfect. This was a oversight on my end in some degree. So, my apologies. So anyways, we'll start with Hello Friend, which is coming from Lovely Arrangements. That is going to go butted up to the far right. And I will tell you, if you want, Hello Friend does fit on that piece. And, of course, you could use whatever sentiment or verbiage you want. On the inside, I see we have all a flutter. Oh, interesting. I stamped the inside of that one with Early Espresso. I probably should have done Mossy Meadow. Well, you know what? Okay, so let's put this down. I'm going to do all my stamping all at once while I have the stuff out. And this is all a flutter. I'm sorry that I'm not as organized. All a flutter, and then we've got Pooh and Piglet. So what I tried to do here is we've got Pooh and Piglet on the front, and then Thinking of You Today, and then I stamped Pooh and Piglet walking off, which I thought was super cute on the inside. So we'll do that too. So I'm going to grab my inside mat out. These long and skinny sentiment strips can easily get mounted on the block crooked, so I try really hard to make it not crooked before I get it on black. Because if it's crooked on my block, it's going to be crooked on my paper. And you may have noticed, I don't have trouble stamping crooked on my paper. I can do that without anyone's help. Just trying to figure out if my eyes are crooked or if that's actually crooked. I think that measures like it's straight, but in my head, it's not. Man, I'm very tired, so I'm not surprised that this is not going super well. My apologies. All right, all a flutter. I not only love the sentiment, but I love how it's typed out in the font, so it's a good one. All right, then we've got Pooh and Piglet. This also can be die cut, so this image is the same image that they used on the DSP, so the stamped image can be die cut out, which I think is great. All right. I mean, I think I'm going to let it, but tell me, do you think that that sentiment looks like it's falling downhill? Because I think it does. Let's look at the sample. Okay, I think the sample is exactly the same. So maybe it's just how the font looks. Okay. So now we can go back to assembly. Some assembly required. Okay. I put an extra leaf in my kit because I didn't know if I had remembered the leaves or not. Alrighty, go ahead and mount your double mat for the inside. Okay, then on the outside, you need a 4 by 5 1/4 piece of this map DSP. So whatever portion of it you'd like to use. I actually think this second card, like the card I'm making right now, I like this portion of the map better than that one, but it is what it is. And look at the pretty trees on the back. What a nice piece of DSP. All right, so mount that on your card. Okay, then we have our strip. You are going to take 2 6-inch pieces of ribbon. And we are going to mount that on this strip. All right, so one down. I do want them to overlap a little, so I actually didn't put them down low enough. Excuse me, I didn't put them up high enough. Okay, so that's number 1. And not much of an overlap, but just a little bit of an overlap. Then tear and tape sandwich and adhesive in the middle. Perfect. Thank you, Debbie. I think it's fine too. I just think I am honestly hungry and I'm wondering, I don't think I have a snack. My brain is not working. One second. Is chocolate the right snack to be having? No, but I need something. I got a lot of cards left. Okay. So next we're going to put dimensionals behind the Mossy Meadow mat. Oh no! Judy Sharp was missing her inside mat, but she cut her own. Well, thank you for telling me, first of all. Second of all, I hope that was just a fluke, because I'm using a kit that was kitted up as well. Now, it might have been a different run of kits, but yeah, I'm so sorry, Judy, but again, thank you for telling me. This is how I learn. Okay, let's do little dimensionals on the edges. I guess the only good thing about missing an inside mat is if you don't have what you need to cut your own, it's just an extra, like, it didn't have an inside mat, was it? Okay, so do you mean the double mat or the vanilla mat? But either way, at least you were able to salvage it. That makes me happy. Okay, then on the Hello Friend, we're going to diagonal cut. Made mine a little bit shorter. Oh, thank you, Diane. Ay, ay, ay. It's a lot of pieces. So 15 cards and, you know, however many pieces per card. And then times 100. Woo! It was a good month for cardstock sales, though, and I needed that. Okay, and then we're going to do down, up, down. Okay? The Golden Glow mat. Okay, man. My apologies. So down, up, down. And that's about 4 inches of ribbon. Okay, complete the tear and tape sandwich. But yes, I think what I was getting at, not that this is better, but at least if it's just the double mat piece, if you don't have what you need to replace it, at least you still have, yes, it'll be a thicker border, but at least you could still finish the card. Okay, so I'm going to put one dimensional on the mitered end and 2 on the non-mitered end. And then that goes here. Actually, that's not 2, that's 3. That is 3. She's way up in the sky. Okay, then you're going to take your little leaf. This was an absolute afterthought. I just wanted something, so stuck that little leafy guy. And then I'm going to put just maybe 1 dimensional behind him. So he's up, but not up. And I don't know how my pieces gain an identity and why some are he's and some are she's. There's no reason. All right, then we have Stella. And Stella's going to go here. And here. Just little nicks on the golden. Then along the mat. Yeah, that's a lot of dimensional. I was like, did I really do that many dimensionals? I did. Okay, then we have our embellishments. Man, I love this card. So there you have it. Hello, friend. It's funny how I made the first one and I made the second one, and no matter how many things you try to do the same, they never turn out exactly the same. Okay. We are done with 3. Okay. I will love you until forever, and even after that. All right, Diane. So my name is Kelly, and I will take your name down because I just want to make sure it gets into the system, like the whole mailing and everything the right way. Can you remind me what kind of kit you want? Was it the Be Happy Stampers? Okay. Yes, well-deserved vacation by all means. Looks fine. Excellent. Okay. Now, so you've got an early espresso card base. Then from me, you're getting 2 different mats. The mat that has the big old hole in it, that's the outside mat. And the reason it's the outside mat is because it's taller. It's going height-wise on the card. Then you've got a double mat for the inside. Now, if you don't know what one is right, you could put this on here and see that like it doesn't mat properly because it's got the extra height. But definitely keep the one with the die cut out for the extra height. And then this one goes for your inside. And our inside... Oh, I don't know what I'd do without you. How cute. Okay, so I will love you until forever and even after that. Then we've got our I don't know what I'd do without you. Now, Chris and I each have a pack of DSP. And in designing of all of the different cards that we've been designing, every single piece of this scene is gone. I looked everywhere and it's gone. It's consumed in a bunch of different cards. So this card, and she's got Mystery Night card, and I've got it. So we don't have any more of this scene. So extend your imagination to pretend that this scene looks like that scene, because it's the best that I can do for today. Now, in terms of height, oh goodness, so this was cut appropriately. I just need to flatten off the bottom. Okay, so Debbie Gast had a golden glow mat. So hopefully, not that this makes it better, but hopefully Judy's was just a one-off, like it was just missing. Oh no. Okay. I'm sad. A little sad, but I'll get over it. I'll explain that in a minute. So anyways, hopefully that was just a little bit of a mistake, not that anyone else has that issue as well. So these scenes are not the same size. So I don't have the same height. This one is designed to be top to bottom. And you will have a whole pack of DSP. So you will have this scene, and you will have 2 of this scene, because there's 2 of every sheet of paper. All of our scenes are gone. So I'm going to use this scene as a placeholder, but I'm not going to glue it down because I would be cutting too much off of the sides. And I don't have the right height. So I thought I could make it work. I just can't. But what you're going to do is you're going to cut this piece of DSP, which is not this piece of DSP, but it's this piece of DSP, at 5.5 for your height. So this is the top of the paper. Before you go rough cut, I would measure down to make sure that you get past 5.5, okay? So 5.5 for your height, and then the width is going to be 3 3/4, okay? So that will give you the appropriate matting. Once you have done that, I'm just gonna extend my disbelief here, as are you. You're going to mat it on this piece. So you're gonna align it at the top and at the bottom. And then you're going to have about 1/4 inch to play with on each side. So you'll have about 1/8 inch on each side, so 1/4 inch divided out. Okay, so that's how you'll glue that on. I'm going to hold it over here like this, just so you can see how beautiful it's going to look when you do it. We're going to pretend that that's how it is. Now, you also have this vanilla strip. And on that, you are going to take your sweet words and labels. I will love you until forever and even after that. Okay, we are going to stamp that in early espresso. Again, this strip is going edge to edge. So yes, your stamp is not quite as long as this strip, but I personally wanted it that way. If you want it, if this whole edge to edge is not your thing, like you don't like that, you could trim down this Mossy Meadow and your DSP to make it that it fits in that spot. But that's how I wanted it. So my sincere apologies if that does not fit your likings. So then same here, we're going to center it in the middle, and I'm not going to worry about the vanilla on the edges. I kind of like how that looks. Hello, Julie. You are right. Better late than never. We're over here having fun. Having fun. We're on card number 4. Okay. I Will Love You Until Forever and Even After That is on the outside. And then on the inside, I used I Don't Know What I'd Do Without You. That came from, and drum roll please, Sending Salutations. When in doubt, it came from Sending Salutations. Also, if you haven't purchased Sending Salutations, this class might be the one to like prove to you that it's worth it. Okay, so that goes on the inside, and then that's the end of the stamping because as you can see here, I pulled out little bitty Pooh Bears to put on the inside from the DSP, and we'll talk about that in just a hot second. This is a great card for someone you love, and you got lots of room to write. So there's one sheet of Pooh Bears. Oh, Julie, you know what? I don't even remember either because I did roll call and there were so many names and it was so long ago that I don't know. But I appreciate you tuning in whether you got it or not. And just to let you know, if you did not get it and still want it, I am kitting up another batch of them. So there you go. All right, so there is a sheet of Pooh Bears on the cloud paper. All of those Pooh Bears are die cuttable. There are 2 other sheets of characters. One of them is on this plaid, and the other one is on that like beautiful pattern type of pattern. Those are fussy cut ones. So on this page, or on the front of the card, we have the Pooh and Piglet walking away. I will love you until forever. I don't know what I'd do without you. Those are very like lovey-dovey, so I chose the Pooh and Piglet together. Hey, is that Janet?
Yeah, do you have the cats?
I did not bring the cats out here.
Okay, I can't find them in the house either. I'll keep looking.
Okay. The cats have to be in there. I didn't bring them out here. Okay, so then I chose a Pooh and a Piglet on the inside. Now, we are not getting political here by any extent of conversation, but Pooh and Piglet are actually both boys. But I think that's not even that commonly known of a thing. And honestly, who cares? I don't even care a little bit. Elaine got 2 sets. Can't wait to make them. That's awesome. So we've got our Pooh and Piglet on the inside. So basically what I was getting at is Pooh and Piglet are on the outside, so I wanted to find a Pooh and Piglet on the inside. And this grouping of them, so good. Okay. We've got, whoa, I'm getting a little wee with my gluing. So that's how I'm getting glue everywhere. Okay, so let's get them on here. Yes, fun fact. Okay, Julie, Sending Salutations. It is worth every penny. I agree. I would say there's not a lot of fussy cutting in this class other than there's a couple little things on the outside, And I did a fair amount of fussy cutting for pictures for the inside, but that is completely optional. If you got the class, I sent a cutting guide that shows the pieces that need to be fussy cut or die cut. Most of them are die cut, but I did not include the ones that I did for the outside because I personally, or excuse me, for the insides, because I understand that the insides are just pieces that are either extras or pieces that aren't, like, you could just stamp them instead. Like, if you don't like fussy cutting or you don't want to quote unquote waste, you don't need to do the certain images that I chose. Okay, then on the back of this strip, we've got, oh no, okay, I dropped that. Loop, loop, tail. So we'll do a loop. And a loop. And a tail. Then we're going to finish it off with a tear and tape sandwich. And dimensionals. Okay, then we'll put dimensionals behind the Pooh and the Piglet. I chose to have them stepping over the bar just a little bit. That was my thought. Doesn't need to be that way. Yes, so if you got the cutting guide, you should have very likely been on the class list. And I think you just said better late than never. I announced earlier that I am not quite, but very close to finished with the tutorial, so you'll get that soon as well. Okay, so then we're coming back to our card. First of all, I see here that my card base is a little longer than my mat. Now that might mean the next person got a little bit shorter of a card base and a little bit longer of a mat. So if your pieces are not squared up, go ahead and just trim whatever piece is longer to make it the same. So that's thing number one. Thing number two, again, I'm not actually doing this because I need to get another pack of DSP, but let's just talk through what we're doing here. So once your DSP is cut at 5.5 by 3 3/4, then we are going to use dimensionals to adhere the strip along the bottom, left to right, so it goes the whole length. And then you're going to use dimensionals to adhere. See, the scene would have looked fine. Just too many compromises. I can be picky too. Okay, so then you'd adhere them on there. Then we've got 3 dimensionals, or not 3 dimensionals, 3 embellishments. And honestly, oh, I did Stella along the Mossy Meadow mat. So just along that little bit. Okay? So that's how that card goes together. Have fun swimming, Mary. All right. So that is card number 4. Just going to move these pieces off to the side. Okay. Card number 5. To a forever kind of friend. Okay. So here we have an early espresso card base. Then we have a golden glow matte and a double matte for the inside. I'll come back to that. You have a label and 2 leaves. From your DSP, you will need to grab... Okay, perfect, Diane. I got you written down. All right, so you're going to grab a die-cut little Pooh Bear, and then this scene with our little owl flying up by the tree. And this piece is going to get cut down to... Yay! Oh, good, Judy. Not a problem. Do not apologize. Okay, this scene is going to get cut down to 3 13/16 by 5 1/16. So, I'm going to start by trimming some of the vanilla off the left-hand side, then measuring it up to 3 13/16. Judy, seriously, it is not out of the realm of possibilities that I would have missed that, so it is totally okay. Then we are going to, I like the amount of vanilla on the bottom, so I'm going to bring in my other cutter and cut at 5 1/16. There's no one cutter that just does it all. Oh, here's the problem. Okay, so I thought I liked that amount, but I trimmed a little bit too much off the top. Now there's no vanilla around it. But you know what? It is what it is. So if you are doing that as well, so like I noticed here that it trimmed right up to the bottom of the grass. It's like, oh, okay, well, I'll give it just a little bit more. But then when I trimmed up at the top, I got rid of all of the vanilla. And I like that less because now there's no vanilla on the top. And this tapers away. So I should have left it the way it was, but it is what it is. Or, reversely so, go ahead and trim the top where you like it. And then measure 5 1/16 and cut off whatever is missing at the bottom. It is what it is. It's not the biggest deal. I'm just explaining to you how to get it the way that I had it, if that's what you like. Okay, so To a Forever Kind of Friend comes from Lily of the Valley. Okay. I'm going to guess we have sending salutations on the inside. Ah, I truly appreciate all you do. There you go. Sending salutations. Oh, goodness. Well, I hope the cat was found. And by that, I mean all the cats. I have had that before where I was wanting to leave and it was a time that Chris wasn't here. She wasn't on a trip or anything like that. I think she was at an appointment or somewhere like out of town, but not out of state or country. And I spent half an hour looking for the cats, and I just couldn't find them. They were here. I just couldn't find them. So, I get the stress. I am not a cat person. I am not an animal person. That is just me, though. All right, so sending salutations, we have, what, I appreciate everything you do, I think was, yeah. Okay, and then I believe, yep, I stamped Pooh and Piglet. Love it. so let's get those cutie patooties back out. And then let's get our inside mat out. Oh my goodness gracious. That just happened. Ah! Pure joy that Winnie the Pooh brings me. It's amazing. Okay, clean that up. Clean that up. So I'm curious. I have 100 people out in the wild. I don't know if that came out how it was intended to. I have 100 people out in the wild who are taking this class with me. Where do you fall on the scale of loving of Pooh Bear? Do we have some lovers out there? Or are we doing it because the cards turned out cute? They're versatile. You wanted to support me just to support me. Like, I'm just curious what we've got going on with all the Pooh Bear. Because, like, to me, this was a no-brainer because I love Winnie the Pooh. But if there's people out there that don't have feelings about or for Pooh, I was just curious if, you know, if you just loved how the cards turned out, or what prompted you to take this class? Love, love, love Pooh Bear. Ah! Okay, so good. There's more Pooh lovers out there. Oh my. Okay. I forgot that there's a big hole in this base. And we wonder how the glass mat gets so dirty. Actually, I'm sure none of you wonder. You all know. Okay, so then I'm going to... Ah! Nancy is my, we'll call her my Canadian twin. She was very excited about Pooh Bear. And I don't think Feline is on, but Feline, so we've got a lot of Pooh Bear lovers. Okay, I was curious because obviously, like I was saying earlier, I think this is the first time that Stampin' Up! Has done something like this, gone down a licensed or trademarked avenue. So, you know, obviously there's going to be people out there who are buku crazy for it, and then other people who probably don't get it, like just don't understand. So first of all, everyone who is taking it because they just wanted to support, well, that is amazing in and of itself. Woohoo! Love this set and happy to support you. Oh, thank you, Shirley and Natalie. I love it. Okay, so there we have that. I have always loved Pooh, but Tigger is my actual favorite. Oh, cool. My husband's nickname all through school was Pooh. This was a must. Oh my gosh. Okay, I love all these stories. I'll have to tune into it more in a little bit, but I should ask my mom if she recalls how or why I got into Pooh Bear, because I really don't know. I don't know if there's a reason or if it just was something that I picked up on. I don't know. But it is something that has stuck with me through my life. That's for sure. We have a local stamper here who loves Tigger. So yeah, I guess there is maybe more universal appeal than I understood. I maybe am just much more vocal about my love for and feelings about poo. Maybe that's it. So I put tear and tape on the back of the label. And then I think before I put the ribbon on, I'm going to put the leaves on. So we're going to temporarily put that there. The smaller, so you should have one smaller leaf and one bigger leaf. The smaller leaf definitely works better on the bottom portion. So I'd start with the smaller leaf, get that guy situated. I know that there are some people who are either taking this class or any of my classes because they want to see me succeed. And for that, I am very appreciative. But obviously, if you are doing this class because you love Winnie the Pooh, you've met your right kind of person. Okay, then the bigger leaf goes up top. Then we've got a loop, loop, tail, tail. Okay, seeing as how I have a pretty captive audience, I must ask. Is the ribbon language helpful, or is it mean absolutely nothing and not helpful at all? Okay, so here we have loop. Loop. Tail. Okay, trim the tail. And then add another tail. You got a lot going. It is, okay, so when I was writing my first tutorial, and I'm going to tell you, my tutorials, like I said, they take a long time, but I feel like they're coming along. Like, the first time I wrote a tutorial, I was like, I don't even know if I'm doing this well or doing this right. But like, as I'm writing more of them, I think I'm getting the hang of it more. And I'm like, loop, loop, tail, tail. Like, does that mean anything? Like, are people getting that? And then when it wasn't, like, I think the first time, yay, thank you. I really am hopeful that I'm going to be able to pull it out. And actually, I'm beyond hopeful. I have faith in the fact that I will get to Costa Rica and that I can do it. I really, really do. But yeah, so then the first time I had a card that wasn't loop, loop, tail, or loop, tail, or, you know, what, anything that had a loop or a tail, I was like, no, how do I explain this? Oh, gosh. So now I decided when I'm doing a class that has ribbon, okay, so all of the classes have ribbon, but when I'm doing a class that has ribbon, I'm going to make sure to explain the ribbon in the way in which I explained it in the PDF so that people start to catch on to the language if they don't get it. Because I think it's confusing. So I get it. Oh, Nancy coming in with the history lesson. I love it. Yes, and Winnie the Pooh, okay, so was inspired by a real bear. I think she said named Winnipeg. Okay, just bringing in my adhesive eraser because I got a little sloppy with the adhesive, with the glue. Okay, Winnie for short. She was purchased by a Canadian soldier, oh Nancy, and veterinarian Lieutenant Harry Colborne. And that was, if I want to say, It was over 100 years ago, but then the first publication of Winnie the Pooh was on Christmas Eve of 1925, so 100 years ago, just celebrated his 100th anniversary, in a local little publication of a newspaper, I want to say. So I was like, so there is Winnie the Pooh everywhere, okay? Right now, if you are a Winnie the Pooh fanatic, you have no budget for anything because Winnie the Pooh is everywhere. And I will say I have been exhibiting extreme self-control because I have a lot of Winnie the Pooh stuff and I don't need more. But there are certain things that I'm like, okay, but this I'm getting. Okay, so for Stella on this one, we've got just on the leaves as far as I can tell. I will say this though, I'm going up by my boyfriend this weekend. He lives in Green Bay, which is about an hour away. In Green Bay, even if you're not from Wisconsin, you have probably heard of Green Bay. If it's just for the Packers or whatever. But Green Bay is a much bigger city than Johnsburg, which is not a city. And he doesn't know this yet. But I want to go to Hot Topic because I found these adorable. I shouldn't even say I found them because I'm not looking. They found me. Adorable bib overalls with the embroidered, like the shirt that I'm wearing today with the embroidered characters on it. And I'm confused because it says girls. And I'm not going to order a girls medium. My typical size is medium. But I'm not going to order a girls medium if it's like girls, like children girls. But the model doesn't look like a girl. She looks like a woman. It's like, well, then if it's a girl's size, like a child's size, I'd need to go with an extra large or 2X or 3, you know, like, so I'm like, I want to go and see if it's going to fit me because I want it so bad. Okay. Anyways, there's my sob story. So then we're going to do a big and a medium. I'm getting the hang of this big and medium thing. Okay. So a big and a medium and then a big up top. And someday soon I'll be able to use a small. So anyways, yes, I will potentially, if I get them, I will post a picture. Or I'll wear them on for one of my next classes because so good. So good. Okay, and all of you Winnie the Pooh lovers that are on, have you seen my zhuzhed up cards that are coming up for next month? If not, stay tuned because I'm showing them at the end of this class. And they are so good. They are so good. I am so excited. Okay, this is card number, I think we're on 6. Just kidding, it's 5. Holy criminy, I have a long way to go. I might need to see if Sean can get me some food. Wow. Okay, Stamp a Stack is intense. Okay. Gotta run for a bit. We'll be back and we'll be watching the replay. Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate you and you know it. Or I hope you know it. If you don't know it, now you know it. Okay, happy birthday. So this scene is not only super adorable. So the scenes that are shown on the DSP, I recognize almost all of them from watching Winnie the Pooh as a child. And, oh man, this scene is so cute. And I feel like it has been used before as a, like, birthday for, like, Christopher Robin's birthday. So I thought this was very appropriate for a birthday card. Did you find the cats?
No, I wasn't looking.
Oh, sorry. You're not. Janet. Hello.
Janet's going.
Okay, well then she must have found the cats. All right, so here we have happy birthday. So from your kit, you will receive a Mossy Meadow card base. And you will also receive a hydrangea. One second, I need to catch up on this. Okay. So, we've got a Mossy Meadow card base. We have a hydrangea hue matte, which is not the like matted matte. It's the longer size. Sorry, Sean's gonna get me some food, so bear with me for 4 seconds, for not quite more than seconds. It should be. Turkey, mac and cheese, toasted. All right, so that's taken care of. Love Pooh Bear. Oh, Judy, see, I found my people. So we again have this layer that is edge to edge. I wanted to do that with this scene here. We'll talk about cutting down the DSP in just a minute. But then you also have a hydrangea hue and vanilla matte for the inside. Then we have the label, which we are going to stamp Happy Birthday on. And from the DSP, we are going to grab, ribbon language is good. That's great, Debbie. I'm happy to hear it. We're going to grab the picnic type scene. And then we also are going to grab one little honey pot. Now, up to you. There are 2 different honey pots on the DSP. There's this hydrangea hue honey pot, and then there's also one in a reddish tone. So I instinctively chose the hydrangea hue because this one is much more matchy-matchy on what we have going for this layout. We got Eeyore, we got the sky, we've got the matte. So I chose the hydrangea hue one, but it is completely up to you. Happy Birthday. Then on the inside, we have stamped some honey pots and from sending salutations to a marvelous person on their birthday. Okay? All right. Alrighty, Rooski. Okay, so we need to cut our DSP down. So I basically just rough cut to begin with, and then I'm going to cut it down once I have it off of the big sheet. So the DSP is 3 9/16. I made a little bit of a thicker border of the hydrangea hue, but it's up to you. If you want it to not be quite so thick, that would be absolutely fine. And then the width here, of course, is 5.5 because it is going the whole length of the card. Now, I need my little cutter and my not so little cutter. So 3 9/16. I'm going to start by cutting it at 5.5. So right now it is at 6. So I need to cut about 1/4 of an inch off each side. Except for I'm going to start on this side cutting. Okay, so I'm going to start on this side cutting off the amount that I don't mind to lose. Then I'm going to measure it at 5.5. And if that looks good, which it does, I'm going to cut it down. Now I've got that. Okay, now 3 9/16 is going to trim that much off to begin with, and then I'm going to turn it around, and 8/16 is 1/2 inch, so it's 1 nod past 1/2 inch, but that's going to cut too much off the bottom, so I'm going to cut just a little bit more off the top first, and then turn it, find 3.5, and go 1 little nod past it. Okay. So it's not even on top and bottom, but that is okay. My goodness. There we go. Okay. I'm going to move everything off to the side for now and do my stamping. Happy birthday. Where does that happy birthday come from? I didn't even talk about that. Oh, no. That must come from Garden Gathering. Let me look that up real quick. Ah, there it is. I forgot it. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so obviously any number of happy birthdays could fit in this label if you don't have Garden Gathering, but Garden Gathering is where I pulled the happy birthday from for the banner. That is stamped in Early Espresso. Okay, then I'm going to clean that up. And we are going to grab the honey pots and to a marvelous person on their birthday. So I'll start with the marvelous. Okay. And then the honey pots. Cute. Honestly, it wasn't until this particular class that I fell in love with sending salutations, and it's just so good. So maybe now you'll fall in love with it too. All right, then we're going to grab the silly old friends. Sweet old friends? Sweet old friends. I keep wanting to call it silly old friends because it's silly old bear DSP, but it's sweet old friends to coordinate with the sweet words and labels. Words are hard, okay? Okay, honey pots on the bottom. Then we can glue our double mat together. Okay. All right, I think the printer guy is calling because I know the goal was for this class to be done, and it's not. So sorry, printer guy. I will have to get back to you later. Okay, that takes care of the inside. Then we are going to mat. And I'm going to do a better job this time. I'm going to add adhesive there instead of on the DSP so I don't have a sticky icky mess. I also want to call something out. I have a similar big paper cutter like Chris does. It's about a level down from hers. And I've been learning throughout the course of time how to use it and how to best use it. And I think my paper cutter, I shouldn't even say think because at this point I know, but I did not know this at the point in time that I was cutting this particular set of kits, is off by a 1/16 of an inch, which a 1/16 of an inch isn't the biggest deal. But if you notice some of your pieces are off, either larger or smaller, because in a lot of instances I'm getting 2 or 4 out of a sheet. And it's because one of them's maybe up to a 1/16 of an inch larger or one of them's up to a 1/16 of an inch smaller. So my apologies on if you're getting some cuts that aren't exactly perfect to the size that maybe the tutorial says. It could be because of that. So I learned this over the course of making lots of cuts, and have started to adjust accordingly. And I was measuring and, you know, being like, okay, well, that's a little off, and thinking that I had it fixed or figured out. And now I think I do have it figured out. And I think the figuring it out is that I just need to adjust it before I cut it. So there you have it. Are you ladies here to make cards?
Yes.
Okay. I'm on card 7. 6? 6. So, yeah. I've got the first 5 that you can work on. And we can share stamps. Did you get the fussy cutting and die cutting guide? And did you do all that already?
I did my cards.
Oh, you did?
I did them at home.
Amazing.
Yeah, and so they're going to get a start because they can't come Tuesday.
Tuesday won't, if for an hour and a half, isn't gonna be, I'll never,
I know.
so.
Okay, one sec.
Be off the hook on Tuesday.
Absolutely.
We still
Yeah.
Audrina.
Couple people.
You
Yep.
know, and Jill and Audrina's going to need your help, believe me.
Yep.
Who knows?
Okay, so we have the inside done. Sorry, I've got some helpers here, and I just wanted to get on the same page as them. And Sean. Sean will be... Is the door unlocked? If not, he's going to knock on the door. 'Cause
Oh.
he's bringing me food because I decided I can't make it through the end.
Through the hive?
Hey, Diana.
Yes. You are right. Oh my gosh. I think the hydrangea ribbon would be absolutely gorgeous on here. I love that idea. I should make some alternative cards on these. I'm saying this knowing that it won't happen because I just don't have the capacity at this exact point in my life, but okay, thank you. But it would be cool to make with some, because here's the thing. I had to include ribbon with it, so all of the ribbon had to be the same. So I agree with you, though, that some of these cards would look really great with the mossy ribbon, and this one, agreed, would look incredible with the hydrangea ribbon. So, yeah. So there you go. So we've got a loop loop, and then I'm going to cut a tail, and then we're going to add an additional tail off the side. And then we are going to finish the tear and tape sandwich. Okay, then we can add dimensionals. Oh my gosh, there's a cat in here. Okay, well, the cats have been found. For those of you at home sitting and wondering, Janet was worried. She thought the cats were out here, and I said, well, I hadn't opened up the house yet, so I knew that the cats weren't out here, but the cats have been found. Okay, so here's a funny. I put a dimensional on the back of that honey pot. I'm going to talk through where that's going. So let's put the sentiment on first. So sentiment is going up here. Then the honey pot. Okay, there's little mice down here. That's cool, good, and great. But there's this one mouse, and I was like, okay, nope, goodbye. He's getting covered up. So I put the honey pot over that. Now, I will say this. I didn't cut it exactly the same, and now if I want, I like it hanging off just a little bit. If I want to do that, his little ears are going to peek out the top, which is fine, Kelly. It's fine. Okay, so we're going to put a big rhinestone. Just kidding. It's an antique pearl. A big antique pearl up there. Now, do I have enough big ones to keep doing this? Probably not. We'll go till we run out. And a big and a medium down here. This is a birthday feast fit for a king. Okay, there is that. Now, I keep forgetting the Stella. Stella is going on the border. Okay, and then we'll do it on the top. All right. And I feel like I did Stella on the top and bottom of the honey pot. I don't know why, but I had a very, very, very distant memory of having done that. Okay, so that takes care of the happy birthday card. Hi, Feline. I've been talking about you and how much you love Winnie the Pooh. Okay, it's okay that you're very late. I only have 6 cards done, and obviously you can catch the replay as well. So, I'm just glad that you made it. Okay. Next, we've got Pooh Bear burrowing away all of his cute little honey pots. So, yay! Feline is not only excited about this, but also my upcoming Pooh Bear classes. She liked it and shared it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Go ahead and share this with all of the Winnie the Pooh lovers that you know. Okay, so we have, now this is a bigger sentiment label. So we've got that one. We have a mat and a different kind of mat. This is a mat for the piece of DSP. Then we have, don't worry about the leaves. Those were for a different card. Then we have an inside double mat of Golden Glow and an early espresso base. So let's go ahead and burnish that base. Then from your DSP, just a few things. Okay. From your DSP, you are going to grab 5 1/16 by 3 13/16 on this beautiful pattern. I don't know what it is, but that's what I'm calling it. Don't mind the big hole in the middle. I am ultra conservative, and on the back there was a piglet jumping for joy that I needed on literally the second to last card. It's like, oh my gosh, I can get that. I held it up to here. I was like, oh, I can get that out of there. So I saved him. Okay, then you also have, obviously, the Pooh Bear stowing away all of his goodies. That's going to get matted on here. And then the red-ish themed honey pot. I thought that one fit better with this one. And then again, this is not called out on the cutting guide because it's not necessary. This is for the inside. So if you want, you can go salvage him out of the pink plaid piece. And then we have all of the pieces that we need. So, yay! Okay, so in order to get started, let's go ahead and do some gluing. Okay, I love it. Debbie agrees that hydrangea might look really great for the ribbon, so I love it. If you do, seeing as how I just admitted that I'd love to try it, but I know that I won't, please, please, please post a picture and or share it with me and tag me. I would love to see that. Although I'm not gonna lie, I was very impressed with how all of these cards came together with, you know, they're all the same for the ribbon and embellishments, and I didn't in any capacity get sick of it. I thought I might, but I didn't. Okay, so then go ahead and mat up your DSP and your DSP. Haha, funny. Okay, then I'm going to move on to stamping. So I'm temporarily, actually I can glue this on. This is like paper conservation at its finest. It's a conserved piece of paper on top of a conserved piece of paper. Okay. Now I'll move on to stamping. All right, so, wow, she went way under. Ha! Cheers to you from none other than Sending Salutations. Okay, sometimes when you go looking for happiness, happiness finds you. I couldn't agree with that statement anymore because in the last 5 years, I've gone through some stuff. And honestly, your mentality has a lot to do with how you traverse life. And I know that I've been a lot happier when I've set my mind to be happy. Okay. Then, Sending Salutation. Cheers to you. This is a tiny little stamp, which is not typically what you do on an inside, but I thought it was cute. I thought it was fitting. If I knew Pooh Bear, I feel like he would cheers with a, oopsies, with a honey rather than, you know, an old-fashioned. Okay. Now, before I put the ink away, I am going to grab a dauber. I had 2 daubers set out. So, oh, wait. That's the pecan pie dauber. This is, and I'm going to ink up the edges of the sentiment. Okay. There's a lot of light going on this card. So we've got a scene that's got, you know, a bunch of lightness around it. And then we have a very vanilla-centric piece of DSP. And then, of course, we have the label. That's vanilla as well. So I thought accentuating the edges here really, really helped. Okay, so let's do that. Okay. 1 minute. I might need to answer. see? That happened. Anyways, it's a good thing that you didn't hear any of that instead of not hearing any of the card making. But anyways, so that was Sean. And basically, he said hi. And I admitted that he's the reason that all of the wheels haven't fallen off yet. And that he's a great sport and anything. So he is great. I appreciate him so much. And he just brought me food. So, yeah. Anyways, we're back to having sound now, so there you have that. But I also said that I muted myself, which maybe I forgot to mute, but I think I muted myself because I got a phone call from school. So anyways, just, we're back at it. Back to cards. No, I'm not losing the cats. I have not touched the cats, thankfully. Okay. All right, so now we will go back to putting this all together. Okay, so we have our, oh my goodness, I almost just committed a cardinal sin. You do not use a ribbon scissor to cut on paper. So, I grabbed this cutie little patootie to put on the inside. And he is not facing the right way, okay? So, that's super not helpful. So, you could put that down there, except for I decided I didn't really like that, that he was like looking the wrong way. So I cut, there's like a natural break between those two honey pots, so I cut that apart and then trimmed and made a little piecemeal. And now he's facing the right way. So again, that wasn't on the cutting guide, and if you want, you can add that. Okay, so now you have your inside, and you can go ahead and double mat. I can't believe I forgot to unmute when I introduced the whole entire internet world to Sean. How sad. Silly, silly. Okay, inside, done. Now we are going to put dimensionals behind our DSP. Yes, all of the cards are double matted on the inside. So because these are Stamp-A-Stack cards and because they are a little more simple, so I would feign to say these are not simple cards, but they're a little more simple. We wanted to do that to add just some extra detail. All right, there's that. Now we're gonna do loop loop tail, tiny loop loop tail on the bottom of the sentiment.
Sorry, there's a cat.
That's okay.
Okay.
I'm just happy to see that they're not lost because I don't know if you heard, Janet came in here
She had a panic attack.
and she thought the cats were lost, and I was like, I
No,
haven't seen the
are
cats.
not lost.
They're not out here.
They're well taken care of.
But I feel bad because I've had that before, where she's gone and I'm like, I can't find, I don't remember which one, but there was one cat that I couldn't find one day.
It's usually Hunky.
I think it was, to be honest with you. And
I don't know where Hunky is. Oh, well.
I was like, oh my goodness. But yes, internet world, don't worry, I have not lost the cats. I haven't, well, I mean, now they're out here a little bit, but I was like, no, Janet, I don't know where the cats are. They're just not here. Oh, are we having fun yet, right? Like, wow. Yay, I always make double mats. Love the look. I agree. It's a really easy way to, oh, and then that's not going to cut ribbon because that's a paper scissor. It's a really easy way to zhuzh up the insides. And like I said, I really worked hard to do all the finishing touches on these cards. I spent probably an hour and a half to 2 hours, like fussy cutting or die cutting or, you know, figuring out what I wanted on the insides. I spent 2.5 hours picking out the sentiments and all sorts of things. So I was like, okay, I want these cards to be amazing. I'm going to double mat them. So Chris actually encouraged me to do that, and I'm really glad that she did. It was a lot of extra cardstock, though, I will say that, because 15 cards times, so it's like, it was about 400 or so extra sheets of cardstock. Oh, man. Okay. I forgot. We can't put a dimensional in the middle because we're adhering it to something that's already dimensionalized. Like, why is that puckering? Okay, but I can use that dimensional on the honey pot that we're sticking over there. Okay, then we need embellishments. So let's do a big and a medium up top. Now, every single time here that I'm saying a big and a medium is preferably a big, a medium and a small, but I'm just using what I have here. So use the embellishments to the way that you see best suited for yourself, but yeah. Yeah, I think some people are still catching up. Yes, I was muted when I was talking about Sean. That's okay. He knows I love him. I mean, he better know that I love him. I didn't move the honey pot out far enough. Oh my gosh. And he is... Oh, are we stuck? We're not stuck. Oh, yeah. There we go. He belongs out here. He'll laugh when I tell him tonight when I get home. Although I won't be home until like 9 o'clock tonight. But it's a long day. It's a very long day. Okay, there we go. Now, Stella. Stella is on the honey pots and around the perimeter. So we've got Stella here, Stella here, Stella here, and then around the perimeter. I'll have to tell him that he'll have to surprise me another time. And, okay, that wasn't a surprise. I ordered food, but... and come say hi to all of my friends. Maybe the next time I have a Winnie the Pooh class. He works morning radio, so his work day is done now. Well, it's still been a long day for him. Sometimes, well, 2 is maybe normal. He's on air at 6 in the morning, so he is up long before that. Okay, here you go. There you have card number, I think 7. That might be where we're at. 7-ish. Okay. You were muted, just missed the conversation with Sean. Yeah, I was. Sorry, Debbie. That was a big oopsies. Okay, let's see here. We are on card number, I think this is 8. Okay, so for this one, oh, Annette left me a nice love note, and I'll tell you more about it in just a hot minute. Okay, so you need the honey pot scene. The honey pot scene is going to be cut at 4 1/4 by 2 1/2. So we're gonna do that fun thing we do where we cut this all down. Hi, Yvonne! Thank you so much for joining. Okay, so 2 1/2. I'm gonna start by cutting the amount above poo that I want to see, and then turning and cutting at 2 1/2 because the bottom is less important because most of it gets covered up by a label. So there you have it. Now 4 1/4, again, cutting what I want off the side. And then, oh, does this go to 4 1/4? Oh, that'd be lovely. Not quite sure. Four 1/4. Oh. That's basically just 4 1/4. And then here's Annette's beautiful love letter. Kelly, you made a mistake. No. I accidentally cut this hydrangea hue piece to the size of the, what's this thing called? DSP piece. I read the measurement wrong on my sheet, and so you will need to, it's salvageable. You will need to trim this piece in half-ish. There's no like right or wrong way to do this. And then we'll have to split the middle. I made a mistake, and that's how we're gonna save it. All right, so that's the piece. Okay, why is nothing's fitting over here? Okay. Then take your early espresso card base, burnish the edges. Then we've got a piece of Golden Glow that is embossed in the 100 Acre Wood embossing folder. I love it. It's super cute. We're going to accentuate that with pecan pie. You also will receive another one of those big banners that we just did, and we're actually going to stamp it with the same sentiment. And then on the inside, we have thank you so much for your friendship from Sending Salutations and our little Pooh Bear. So, not so complicated on this one. I mean, they're all not super complicated, but a little bit. All right, bring in your pecan pie. Okay, so again, here's my kind of practice zone where I can get used to my ink. And we want this to show up decently well. So we don't need to be super light-handed here, but I just don't want to start too heavy. The hard thing about this particular embossing folder is there are a bunch of empty patches. So like I'm not going to too aggressively emboss in that area at all because there's really nothing for the ink to pick up on. Okay, then we'll go around here and we'll get some more. Now I don't think this whole lot of trees is even really gonna show. So I'm gonna stop right about there. thank you so much for joining. Sorry, I can't remember what your name is, Snowy Mom, but I appreciate you being here and glad that you'll be able to catch the replay. Okay, now I'm going to move up to the top, get some of that done. I'm going to call that probably good for now, and then I will come back to fill in more if I need to. But then I'm going to glue this on in my little piecemeal way that I have to do that. And then we'll hover it over the top, make sure that we have enough on there, and then call it good. Then we'll move on to stamping. Okay, I did leave a thicker border again on the top and bottom here. Now, with you splitting it, you can make it as thick or as thin of a border as you want, but probably approximately 3/8 of an inch between. Then I am going to trim this down just a little bit. Okay. Now, if I put that on there and it covers everything, that's perfect. Okay, now, sometimes when you go looking for happiness, happiness finds you. Oh, it's cute that Sean came when I was in between these two cards that have that sentiment because he's great and he makes me very happy. I was talking about some of the hardships that I've gone through over the past few years, and when I advocated for myself and decided that I was going to seek happiness, God gave me him. Okay. Then on the inside, what do we got? Thank you so much for your friendship. Oh, I should give this to him. Okay. All right, then I need sending salutations and sweet old friends. There's a couple of sentiments in here that I haven't used yet, but I've used most of them. Where did I put my inside mat? Oh, it's at the bottom of the pile. What a bad place for it. Okay. All right, then I used Pooh Bear standing with the honey pot. Okay. I thought that was cute. Okay, see, I really thought through all this stuff. I thought that was cute because he was on the branch on the front of the card with his honey pots. And then he got down off the branch and took his honey pot and took it home. Okay, so you know how Chris is with her cats? I don't have cats. That's me. Me and my baby voice and my like ultra just lovey-doveyness. That's me with an inanimate cartoon bear. Pooh Bear. All right. That looks incredible. Some assembly required. We'll do some gluing in just a hot minute here. But for the time being, I'm going to put my loop, loop, tail, tail on my sentiment. So we'll start underneath the word finds. We'll do our first loop, our second loop, draw it down, cut a tail. When I have a nice mitered edge there on the tail, I like to just turn it back and give it a second tail. Funny thing is, I said that, and this is not a nice mitered. I gotta trim that. Okay, finish the tear and tape sandwich. Wow, that's pretty. Okay, we've got dimensionals and a double stack of dimensionals. So we'll get to adhesive in just a minute. Let's glue the inside. That's good. Got a little overzealous with the glue. Okay, shove that in, then we'll put this mat down. Love Pooh. I had a Pooh themed nursery for both my kids back in the 70s. Okay. I totally missed out. This is going to be extremely dramatic. I was in a very frugal state of life. Oh man. I think I made my border just a little too big. I'm going to trim that down. And I didn't want to, like, I don't know. I didn't want to buy all the things, so I didn't make a Pooh Bear nursery for my boys, and I really regret it. I should have. I really, really should have. Now, that being said, I did have, from a rummage sale that I bought, I want to say before I was married, and maybe even before I was in a relationship with my ex-husband, from a rummage sale, a Pooh Bear nursery set. But, like, it was the bedding and then a little plush wall hanging. But, man, I should have gone all out. That is one... This is so very silly. It's not that important, but that is a regret that I have in my life. Pooh Bear's been so important to me my whole entire life. And then when... a baby is the perfect opportunity to really accentuate that theme. It is what it is. Okay. Run him left to right. It's so good. Okay, then we're going to put dimensionals along the top. And a dimensional here. And then in the end, we're going to need to double stack that. I do know that. My now 18-year-old grandson who graduates high school next month had vintage Pooh for his room. That's good. I like that. All right, we're going to put this down. And then I'm going to grab, can I even do a big one? a double stack to make sure that that is on the right level. It's important to me that things stay on the right level. It doesn't need to be, but it is. All right, so we've got a big and a medium and another medium. It's perfect. To finish her off, we're putting Stella along the border. And Stella on the border. And Stella on the honey pots. Okay, that's so cute. Look it, it's my hair. You guys, it is really hard to do things out in front of you without making a mistake. So I try really hard, but at the same point, sometimes I'm gonna draw my head in there and you're gonna see me and I'm sorry. Diane, I don't remember what I said that was helpful to you, but I'm glad that I could be helpful to you. All right, we are on, I think, number 9, which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This might be number 8 then. I'm not sure. No, I don't know. We're running a marathon. Okay, for this card, you will receive an early espresso card base, an inside mat, double mat of early hydrangea hue. You will receive a grass layer and a espresso mat and a sentiment die cut. For the inside, we've got thank you so much for your friendship and some honey pots. Okay, then you will need to add DSP from the cloud pattern. That is 5 1/4 wide by 2 1/8 tall. And then I'm just gonna like mock this up for a minute. Then you need this piece, which we are going to cut down to 2 5/8 inch wide by 2 3/8 inch tall. So that'll fit in there. And then this picnic scene, which will get fussy cut out. Okay? Oh, I also picked... for this one I picked the opposite color as the sample. So there you go. One little guy over there. So let's get that tree scene cut out. We have 2 3/8 inch tall by 2 5/8 inch wide. So that's pretty well going to be, the most important is going to be the width. And we've got 2 5/8. So that's 4/8. There's 5. Oh gosh, that's not right. Glossy espresso. Hold tight on that measurement. That might be 2 9/8. Let's cut there. Now let's count our measurement. Oh, I think 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, 2 is there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I did 3 11/16 for the width, which I actually did not want to do 16ths. I wanted to do 8. So we've got 2, 4, 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5/8. 2 5/8 wide. Okay, I just counted something wrong. Oh, that's all I did. So we're gonna trim just a smidgen more. And just a smidgen more. Okay, then we're gonna cut it off at the top. And now the height doesn't too much matter to me because it's gonna go on here. And then this little thing is gonna cover most of it anyways. So I know, Nancy, I'm still going, and we're only on card number 9, maybe? I've lost track a little bit. This is an absolute marathon, and I need to eat sometime here. Okay. Call me crazy, but I think I'm going to die cut Pooh Bear out. Look at. Okay. Bear with me. I don't always tend to be ultra conservative when it comes to paper, but sometimes I am, and sometimes when it has to do with Pooh Bear, it's probably even more exaggerated. Okay. So I like to flip my things over before I glue them down because I'm like, oh, what could I save out of there? And well, in this case, I don't know what portion of the paper this was, like whether this is going to work out for any of you all at any point in your lives. But for me, that's what I'm doing. Hi, Pooh. I don't have anything to use him for except for the unlimited potential. All right, put that back, and now pray that my calculations were correct, in which I'm putting that there, I'm putting that there. Perfect. And then I'm putting that there. Look at that. You're never, ever gonna know that he was there and wasn't there. Okay, so now I'm going to glue the sky down before I get any ideas. I feel like I could even take the honey pot out of there, but I'm not going to, but okay, glue it down. Glue it down before I decide to do something I shouldn't. You should have saw me trying to MacGyver this out of the piece of paper. Like, God was on my side because holy Toledo, that was, seriously, it was just the right size. There was something fussy cut out of the middle, and then there were 2 pieces that were the exact size for the sky pieces that I needed for this. It was crazy. Okay, now we're texturizing the edge. I had literally never done this before. And then there was someone in the demonstrator planning place that I'd seen a bunch of her work, and she has texture along all the edges, and it looked so good. I don't remember her name. I think it was Bree something. Bree K. I don't remember what her last name was. I was like, oh my gosh, I want just a little more. So I tried it, and I liked it. So I don't know if this is the right technique. This is just how I did it. I just took my scissor, and I literally scraped the edges, okay? It helps when you keep a little bit of tension on the edge. And then I'm just scraping. If anyone has ever done this before, and I'm doing it like completely wrong, or it's not smart to be doing this the way that I'm doing it, and you have a better idea, just let me know. But until then, this is how I did it. Yay! I can finish watching the live. Thanks, Feline. I'm so happy that you can watch. At this point, I've still got a long way to go. So yeah. Okay, so that took care of that. I'm not doing the bottom because you won't see the bottom anyways. And then I did the same thing to this layer. Okay, so I was going to say, I feel like I knew that there was a tool for this at some point. Didn't know if Stampin' Up had it or not, but yeah, so this is probably not the quote-unquote right way to do it. Also be careful because like I keep poking myself, but anyways, I liked how it looked. I liked what it did, so that's what I did. Okay, now you can glue these pieces together. And I am absolutely not even a little bit worried about this bottom here because you don't see any of it. So maybe this is my plea to Stampin' Up to bring it back. Half moon with razor edges. So I've seen something like that before. And after I did this on 2, maybe 3 cards, I was like, I need to, and I went to Amazon, but I didn't end up buying anything. Okay, now we are going to, I'm going to hover this over the top and figure out where approximately I want my rip to go through. Because I want the rip to look like it's, you see how over here I have it look like it's extending the image? I paid attention to all the little details. I really, really tried. So I want my rip to go through like here-ish. Now remember, you cannot add more paper back on, but you can tear more off. That'll do it. Just take a little extra corner off the bottom there. Now I'm going to glue this down. Then we will do some stamping. Okay, beautiful. Now I'm going to add dimensionals behind this. Place him accordingly. And I don't know, was there ever a Winnie the Pooh there that got cut out? No one will ever know. Okay, you deserve a little treat. Thank you so much for your friendship. So let's get You deserve a little treat. That comes from our Sweet Words and Phrases. And thank you so much for your friendship comes from Sending Salutations. Oh, goodness. Good stuff. If I have not convinced you to order the Sending Salutations stamp set yet, you're probably never going to get it because, yeah. I know. Okay, so I do think I could have probably taken the honey pot out as well. I feel like it was getting a little too close for comfort. I will tell you what, I made that mistake once. And it was on this paper for the other class. I was like, oh, I can get, and it was owl, I think. And I don't need the owl. It was not taking it out for a specific card or a specific need. It was just because I was getting greedy. And so I die cut it out, and then you could see the little halo. And so I wasn't completely done designing the card, and I was like, okay, well, maybe I can move things. No, in the end, there was no movement that could happen to make, and it was only a little bit, a super tiny, super little bit, but it was there. So in the end, me too, Feline. Oh, so much. In the end, I had to cut the card base up just a little bit and just fudge everything. So I'm not gonna be greedy. Maybe that honey pot needed to stay there for some reason. It looked like it was a little too close to the edge, but I don't know. All right, good old Sending Salutations. Okay, I thought it was an inky fingerprint, but it wasn't. Okay, so I die cut these honey pots out. I must have had an extra set or something, but if you don't want to quote unquote waste, you could always just stamp those honey pots there. Okay. Now we got to assemble. So, you deserve a little treat. We need some ribbon. We've got 4 inches of basic beige. You guys, I have 6 cards left after this. I'm going to need to take a 3-minute bite of a sandwich when I'm done with this card. Okay, so we've got a loop, loop, and tail. Tear and tape. Okay, now this is not dimensionalized. So I am going to put this right here, at least just temporarily. We're going to sneak a dimensional behind it to hold up this corner here. Then we're going to put dimensionals behind the picnic. Maybe not a big guy. Okay. Oh my goodness, I put that in all the wrong spots. Okay, whoa, don't tear. Definitely don't tear. Not happening. Ah, okay, okay. So that's gonna go there-ish. So this needs to go under Piglet's butt. And then we also need something over there in just a hot minute. So let's put this, we'll get a little glue under this guy. We want the stuff to stick and not fall off and all that good stuff. Good afternoon from Edmonton. Thank you so much for joining. Okay, something like that. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of sagginess. Okay, so we'll put dimensional there. Oh, that didn't even take care of it. Okay, we'll put a dimensional. Oh my gosh, I just tore Pooh Bear. Okay, we'll put a dimensional there. And then, oh my gosh, we apologize to Pooh Bear profusely. We love you forever and all the days of your life. And then we put a dimensional behind the honey pot. Then we Stella. And embellish. Ooh, so on this new card, not the sample card, the card with the broken Pooh Bear, we have a little bit of a better sky pattern here. It was kind of like dull and empty on that one, so very cool. Okay, so we've got a big and a medium, which for you might be a big and a medium and a small, because you know that would. Most people are not going to be struggling to have smalls. Most people are not going to have as many bigs as I had. Like, that's bizarre. Okay, and then we've got Stella. And Stella is going to go around the border and on the honey, if I am correct. So not a ton of Stella on this card. Okay, and on the honey. Beautiful. Okay, my online friends, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Don't mind the mute. I will be right back.
half. Is that okay?
All right, thank you for that quick intermission. I needed a bathroom break. And at some point, I'll take a bite of my sub. But that was not this break. Oh, goodness, where did I put my... Oh, here we go. Okay. So I don't know what card number we're on. I think 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. This is number 10. I don't know if I said the last one was 10 or not, but this is number 10. Okay. Now, we have from my kit. I know, Marlene. Obviously, I don't think it was announced at first that it was US only. But yeah, it's a bummer. So, we have from my kit, you will receive this early espresso base. I have a dimensional back, just here to party. Okay, then we have a golden gold forever plaid. I think that's gone or on last chance at this point. You also will have a Mossy Meadow mat and a sentiment die cut. You also have a Golden Glow double mat for the inside. From your DSP, you will need to die cut out this beauty, poor Pooh Bear, with his last little honey pot, and then a row of honey pots. I did stamp Happy Birthday on the inside, and we'll get to all of that in just a minute. Okay. So, to accentuate the pattern on this embossed image, whoopsies, we are using early espresso ink. So that's a bit aggressive, so be careful, don't go too heavy on it. But we do, like, look at the difference here. You do want it to show, so start in the middle, and keep a light hand. Yeah, where are you from, Marlene? Okay, so that's the middle that I'm... Okay. I'm trying to drag against the raised sections. So obviously we can see where the plaid is. This is, oh, Edmonton. Hey, Canada. I called that out before and didn't click with me either, Nancy. All right, so we are going to, again, it's mostly just around the edges, so you don't need to worry about being too far out. Another thing, if you're very nervous about using a sponge dauber on these patterns, go ahead and do the back side. Now, the back side is completely opposite, but it will give you an opportunity to try your hand on that particular pattern. It is hard, and you only got one shot if you don't have this embossing folder. So I'm going to call that good for this particular one. And then, okay. You deserve a little treat. Now, when we stamp that, oh, look at that. That's good stuff. When we stamp this, you want it to be on the bottom of this label. For the inside, happy birthday came from Lily of the Valley. I have used the Lily of the Valley set so many times for the happy birthday and the, what's the other one? Oh, I took that one away. Okay, I need to go grab that one. Well, okay, and the You Deserve a Little Treat comes from here. Let me go grab that.
Remember, when I took my import at home, I didn't have samples.
The To a Forever kind of friend is what we use on one of those special labels that was a very particular size. It worked so good. And then this happy birthday, I love the font. So I am very excited about this Lily of the Valley stamp set. And I don't own it yet, but I really plan on purchasing it. Not for the lilies, they're pretty, but for the sentiments. So I thought happy birthday worked well with the You Deserve a Little Treat. And honestly, the font I just think is so good. All right, then You Deserve a Little Treat. So let's get that mounted up. And then run it along the bottom. It looks terrible how I stamped it, but when we layer the honey pots on top of it, this is maybe just a smidge too low, and too low is not quite the right way of saying it, but a little lower than it needed to be. But we do need that extra height so that we can layer those honey pots up there. Okay. Now, I also stamped the honey pots. My goodness. Honey pots with the bees. So let's get that stamping done too. I was like, oh man, I don't remember having 2 sets of honey pots on here. That's because I didn't. Oh. Okay. Ooh, I like it. Okay, so there's that. Now, there's a little buzzing bees stamp that nests perfectly above these honey pots. Oh, look at that. So cute. All right. Oh my goodness. Where did all the bees go over there? Okay. now let's start assembling. Some assembly required. Okay, tuck that in. Glue these together. Oh, that is very crooked. Okay, try again. All right, then dimensionals behind this guy. And he goes off to the left. Oh my. After we glue the card front on. Oh my goodness, okay. Get that centered if possible. Okay, once that's on, then we put the dimensional guy down. We want him kind of nested in the upper corner. I know that doesn't like sound right, and it isn't totally right, but you want it close to the edge and close to the top. And that's where he's gonna land, even though he's a little too far over. Okay, then you deserve a little treat. We are going to put some dimensionals on the bottom of the honey pots. Okay. And then you're gonna put him there. Once you have the honey pots on the top, then you're going to take your tear and tape, and we are going to do a down, up, down for our ribbon. All right. Sandwich that tear and tape in. Cut it loose from your roll. Oh, that's not very good. Okay. I want to lift that up just a little more. Oh, can I? Okay. Use your big girl muscles. Is that better? Yes, Alberta, AB, Alberta. Learning all about Canada, you guys. Okay, something like that. Good enough. All right. Then this layer is gonna get glued flat on the top, the dimensionals on the bottom and top. I'm not sure. I'm gonna put some dimensionals down and we'll see. Oh no. Okay. All right, then we need a lot of dimensional behind that ribbon. Wow, look at that whole shebang. Perfect, beautiful. Okay, we have Stella on the honey pots, Stella around the border. And then we have antique pearls. That we need to add. All right, I need to answer this phone call as well, so give me a second. One more thing. All right, so perfect. Everything is good. Adam just wanted to make sure that he was picking up the boys, which is good because my alarm went off, 10 minutes ago and I was not leaving. I'm not picking up the boys because of this live. Just want to make that clear. If they needed me, I'd be there. Oh, Marlene. Yeah, so honestly, I didn't watch the video about why this couldn't be sold outside of the US, but I do feel bad for you all because yeah, something to do with copyright. So, okay. I thought I was going to be okay with where that was placed, and then I changed my mind. So sorry. Okay, we'll just stick that down nice and tight. Okay, beautiful. Now, antique pearls. Let's get a big one up here. And a medium. I should be using these mediums. What am I doing? And then a medium down here. Oh, scooch that out just a little bit. Perfect. Okay, good deal. There we have it. That is card number, I'm not sure. It's 10 or maybe 11. Oh, just kidding. I did Stella on the honey pots, but I did forget to go around the perimeter. I like it. I think it looks good. Okay. All right, there we have it. Oh, poor Pooh with his one little bit of honey left. All right. Ladies, I gave you a pile that didn't have the recipe cards. Why did I do that? Here are all the recipe cards.
Oh, that would be nice.
Okay, so then there's that. Oh,
I can read recipe cards.
Can you? No, I'm not making any promises. Here's one. Oh my gosh, look at that. That is amazing. All right. We've got some Canada bonding going on in the comments. I love it. Okay, I'm going to let you stare at this beautiful card while I take a bite or two of my breakfast, lunch, and now dinner. Just one bite. That's all I need. Okay, this is the Gang's All Here card. You will receive an early espresso card base that right off the bat you can burnish. Look at that. Step 1, done. Then you have a hydrangea hue matte. You have a hydrangea hue double matte. Then you've got a piece of old olive. Okay. This is going to get torn down. Now, if I recall, yeah, this is way taller than it needs to be. So we will take care of that when we rip it. But I also see, I'm going to cut some of this off the bottom so that it looks more grass-like. You also have a nested essential for the label. On the inside, we're stamping, thank you so much for your friendship. Figured that was fitting for the whole gang. And then I think I glued a little honey pot. So I'm going to start right off the bat just by tearing. Okay, so there you have it. In the end, the height of this, I'm just going to make a note. In the end, the height of this is approximately 2 inches. So I tore first, and now I'm going to just cut it down.
Right here.
Hello from West Michigan. Hello, Deanna Stell. So I just wanted to get some of that canvasy look off the bottom so it looks more grass-like. So because I had plenty of height, I tore, then cut. All right, the best kind of days are the days spent together. That'll be next. Oh, I forgot to tell you. For this card, we are taking a piece of Cloud DSP at 2.5 inches tall by 5 1/16 inch wide. Now, you can do the thing that I did where you can flip it over and see if anything's going to fall underneath there. And honestly, it looks like we could probably get the honey pot out, but I also don't want to get myself too tied up. I could, however, get this arrangement of honey pots out. And that I might do. So I'm not going to go ahead and die cut it. I'm just going to fussy cut that out, and then I can later die cut it if I want. Now, obviously, I just need to arrange the label around that. I will say, you don't know it, but I die cut owl. You can like barely not see it. I die cut owl out of there because I just can't let it die behind that. Just it not happening. So we'll put that on the pile for later. Okay, the best kinds of days are the days spent together. And then hello to a marvelous, thank you for your friendship. Okay, so we've got the best kind of days are the days spent together. That comes out of Sweet Words and Labels. All right, I tucked the bottom under the grass and I love how that looked. So I'm going to keep this towards the top. Okay, then we will grab the other stamp about friendship because it's the whole gang. I thought that sentiment made tons of sense. And that came from, who's gonna guess it? I know I'm being a little. Do not put owl in the corner, haha. No, no, no. All right. So that came from Sending Salutations. I know you all know it at this point in time. Something like that. All right, very good. Okay, if I have a honey pot, I will glue it in. I do not know if I do or do not, and it is what it is. Okay, so this gets double matted. It is the theme of this card class. Thank you, Diane Bogenhagen. Huh? She's the queen of double matting, and honestly, especially, like I said earlier, these cards aren't necessarily simple, but they're not like wow over the top cards, and little things like double matting and the placement of Stella and all that just helps bring the cards up to a very well put together, beautiful presentation. So yeah, there you go. There you have it. Okay. Oh, what I didn't take into consideration. Yeah, maybe I did. I think I did. I don't know. Okay, next we will glue down the hydrangea hue mat. Now, you don't need to worry about the bottom here. There's a lot of this that you're not going to see. But you do see the top, so make sure that you get the top how you like it. Then you can glue down your piece of DSP. Oh my, there's even a, what's that color? Green honey pot in the corner. Didn't see that. Okay, then we're going to put dimensionals along the top of the grass. And liquid glue along the bottom. Now, I'm going to unstick one. My family and I drove to Nova Scotia for 20 years. Last year we took a little Blue Jays for the first time in a FC. Is that? Okay, so like Blue Jays are a baseball team, I think, but I don't know if that's exactly what you're talking about. And went to Niagara Falls. We had a great time. I love Toronto. I went to Niagara Falls when I was a kid, and it is gorgeous. I would love to get back there sometime. So, 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 so pretty. Okay, so I just tentatively put down that one glue dot. The rest of them I will stick down later once I get all the rest of the stuff stuck down. Now, before I get into sticking, we need some ribbon. I feel like I put that up a little bit too much, but it's okay. So we're gonna do loop, loop, tail on each side of the sentiment. Okay. So I have on the left-hand side, loop, loop, tail on the bottom. On the right-hand side, loop, loop, tail on the top. Also, you have a full roll of ribbon. If you just want to wave it back and forth, you go for it. Okay, so we have a loop. A loop. And a tail. Oh, that's not that. We need to trim that more. Okay, I can call that good. It's not the best, it's not the worst. I'm gonna sandwich that. Then I'm going to do, I'm gonna start on the tail end and work my way down. Loop, loop. Ew, that's a little too squishy. Blue Jays baseball game in Toronto. Okay, got it. FC is I thought FC is like, yeah, football club or something like that, which football in everywhere besides this very special America is soccer. So yes, Blue Jays, Toronto Blue Jays. Yep. There's a lot of sports fanatics in my life. I am not a sports fanatic, but I can pretend. Okay, let's get some dimensionals on there. And then now is when we hide whatever is to be hidden behind our little banner. Now, I'm not going to stick this down yet because there's still a lot of figuring out. At this point, I'm going to put a dimensional behind Kanga. Most of Kanga's tail is gonna get cut off, if I had to assume. So she's gonna go here-ish. I do not want any of this stuff to get glued down very permanently because there's still a lot of give and take on this card. So next we have Rabbit. So I'm going to do popping up the head and gluing down the body on all of these animals. Now, I have a double stack. So I have his feet glued down and then a double stack behind his head. Put him there-ish. Okay, then, oh no, I am down a honey pot. Where did I forgot that guy. Oh man. Okay, well it is what it is. I'll have to get a honey pot from somewhere. Okay. Okay, all right. So, Pooh Bear's head is, I think, double stacked. And then his feet are solidly planted. Oh, just kidding. Okay, just kidding. We want that double stack to be right here. And then obviously we need to make sure that he's not covering up any of the words or anything important. I know Pooh Bear is like the most important, but. Okay, then Eeyore. Again, let's do a double stack straight on the clouds. Okay, Nancy Mole's gonna be shouting here. You could have gotten that honey pot out. Oops. Once bitten, twice shy, you know? Okay, then we have Tigger. Go ahead and pop up Tigger's face. And then we've got glue on the bottom. Okay, get that down. Scoochy scooch. Okay, then we have Piglet, and Piglet is fully dimensional. Piglet is in the absolute foreground, so He gets all dimensionals. Okay, then this goes here-ish. Okay, so now I just need a honey pot. How on earth did I make it? Okay, everything fits. It's all good. Now, stick. Now, let's find my paper and see if I can get a honey pot. So, I struggle to cut either of those out just because of the sky component of the paper. But I have to. Okay, and I'm just gonna fussy cut this because. Okay. This gets a dimensional behind it. And then nests nicely between Pooh and Tigger. There is no Stella on this card. Hi, cat. Sorry, you are not welcome here. You're a big guy. You must be Tigger. Okay, last but certainly not least, we need to trim the tail off of Kanga. And then I think that card is done. Now, I do have this little nodule of honey pots that I rescued from behind our sentiment. So let's just stick them down. I don't remember what I had another honey pot on the inside. See, I am like low on honey pots here. So there you go. Now, add some glue. And stick it right there. Perfect. Alrighty. That takes care of that. No, it doesn't. Susan Bellamy would say, we need our pearls. These aren't pearls, but you know what I mean. I'm sorry that you're having such issues with the commercials. I know my son, both of my sons enjoy watching YouTube at night, and dang, those commercials, they're vicious. Yeah, my mom literally just texted me, gems. Yes, you're right. I forgot the gems. Okay, look at that. So cute. I love it. Mom is probably literally at home cutting all the stuff for the rest of the cards. Here's the recipe card one. Put all those right there. What pile? We'll put it on that pile. I think it's that pile.
Yes.
Yay. Okay. I'm going to take a bite. Okay. Sending happy thoughts. Okay. So, from my kit, okay, I need a drink of water.
Somebody's got this.
Okay, from my kit, you are going to receive an early espresso card base. Go ahead and burnish it. You will receive a Mossy Meadow long mat, and you will receive a Mossy Meadow double mat for the inside. From your DSP, you will need this scene. This scene is going to be 5.5 and cut it at a height of 3.5. You're also going to need Piglet and his thistle patch, which I fussy cut pretty detailed, but go ahead and fussy cut that out. And then I'll talk about the inside when we get there. Thinking of You Today came from, oh, Olive Flutter. I do need that back. Okay. So we are going to start by cutting at 5.5. So let's trim that side. I don't want to miss anything of your live feed. Well, that is so sweet of you, Marlene. Okay, so 5.5. I cut off on the right-hand side what I wanted to not have, which I think I cut a little bit too much. And then I rotated it and cut off on at 5.5. Then we're doing 3.5, which I'm just a little bit too tall for. Okay. 3.5. Okay. So there's your DSP piece. Now, before I do anything, I am going to take Opulent Oasis and this Sending Happy Thoughts, and we actually stamped it right on the DSP. Don't do that often, but it worked out well for this one. That is in Early Espresso. Now, take a deep breath before you do it, because you get one shot, and then it's done forever and ever. Mine's a little low, but that'll do. Okay. I'll clean up that, and then I need Thinking of You Today from All Aflutter. Okay. So we used that All Aflutter, this exact phrase, earlier, but I think it's very fitting. I think it's a perfect sentiment for this.
Okay, so I have an extra green that's supposed to go.
So, Thinking of You Today. Now, that gets stamped across the top. Then, Thinking of You Today gets stamped across the top. Then, okay, then we're gonna go to Sweet Old Friends, and there's a little dandelion puff stamp. And let me tell you what's going on here, okay? So this piglet that I picked for the inside. Now, you may or may not have this piglet, but he doesn't have his little puffer. Like the outside of his, what's it called? His dandelion is missing because he was on the far right-hand side of a sheet of paper. Now, I did not want to, I'm very much a maximalist when it's come into this paper, and I'm trying to get absolutely everything that I can from it. And I was like, well, just because he's on the edge there doesn't mean I can't use him. So I die cut him out, and then all I did was I took my paper scissor and just trimmed along the edge of that dandelion so that it doesn't look like it was on the edge of the paper. I basically, like, I don't want you to think that. And then I'm just gonna glue this in and stamp those dandelion puffs around it so it looks like it wasn't a mistake. All right, that's all I want. I just want them to be there, and I don't want it to look like I, you know, was not being smart about how I got it out. Okay, then we're going to glue this in. Oh man, not crooked. Okay, and then we're going to tuck that in. Then we are going to glue the long mat down. And I am going to tell you, it's not going to look like mine because when Chris and I were designing, we did it as a normal mat, and I wanted it long. So I made the executive decision that it was going to be a long one, and that's just how it was going to be. So the sample does not have it long. I have it long. There you go. If you like it cut short, go cut it short. But I didn't want it that way. Okay, then, oh, yes, the stamp for sending happy thoughts is from Opulent Oasis. Okay, then we are going to do the lamb technique. And if you have not been here for 5 years, no, maybe not quite 5 years. Well, this was a long time ago. I used to do this technique a lot. My last name is Lamb, or Beagle. At the time, I was married, and my married last name was Lamb. And since I'm divorced, and I have kept Lamb in my name because my children have that last name, and I have a fine relationship with their father. There's nothing's wrong. But I also took back Beagle because, you know what? That's where I came from. So, back in the day, though, we referred to this as the lamb technique. So, you run a piece of tear and tape along the whole bottom. Okay? You start with your ribbon on the far left side, and then you just loop, 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 all the way to the other end. Okay? Now, I think it takes about 12 inches. But just lightly loop it up and down. You might need to tear it back because you might get to the end and it not look good, or you might get to the end and only have a half a loop. And I don't like for the tail to hang down at the end. I want it to end on a loop. So I very lightly go ahead and loop throughout the whole end. And then if you make it to the end and it comes out, which it's not perfect, but that's pretty good, then you can take your ribbon scissor and trim it. Now, I'm going to take the last 3-ish back and try to make it a little better. It wasn't bad, but man, if it's gonna have my namesake on it, it needs to be a little better than not bad. I can tell that it's, okay, so here's where you go. Try again. And I don't want them to look perfect, right? So like, they don't need to all be the same size and the same distance and the same shape. It's just... Oopsies. All right. All right. Now I'm going to sit that down. And that looks good enough for me. Now, we finish with a tear and tape sandwich. I will say, on my sample card, I used the foam adhesive strips, or I don't know, they're basically strips of dimensional pieces. And they are super thick. I was not expecting that, so I'm not gonna do that again. I did not like how that turned out. So I'm just gonna use the edge of my dimensionals here and make my own little dimensional strips because I did not like how high it made my cards sit. And, spoiler alert, if you've been following along, you noticed I used almost an entire almost an entire sheet of the full-size dimensionals so far. Obviously, we have more cards to go. So you will generate strips of your own as you go. Oh, interesting. Winnie the Pooh was named after Winnipeg, Manitoba, which originated in Canada, and that is why us Canadian demonstrators are unable to buy the sweet. Sad face. I'm so sorry. Okay. Get those in there, and then I'll take another strip in the middle. Actually, I'll do it along the edge. Okay. This is a hot mess, trust me. I know it. But it's not going to sag, okay? Now, peel off all of those dimensional backs. Then hover this over the top. It's gorgeous. Oh my God, I love it. Okay. Oh, and it doesn't sag like the other one. Oh, so good. Okay, makes me happy. Then we are putting dimensionals behind Piglet in the Thistle Patch. And then he sits right here in the middle. however you so see fit. Then we've got Stella on these little thistly components. And after Stella, oh, Stella's running out again. Come on, Stella. I know, it's a lot of cards. I know, we've been doing this a long time. Okay. Then we've got a big. Actually, I do. Okay, I can use littles now because I've used enough. And a big, and a little. Oh no. Okay, sending happy thoughts. Gorgeous. Love it. Now, where's my recipe card? That was a little chaos, you know? Okay, recipe card goes in that one. Where did I put it though? It's hiding down here. Okay, let's move that on. Got some stamps, some cards. This is the recipe pad?
Yes.
No. You got it.
That's the one I need.
Beautiful. Okay. Take a bite of our lunch. Okay. We're on 13.
Aren't we loving these cards?
They're amazing. They're a barn burner,
They're barn burner.
but they're amazing.
Here's an extra, whatever.
Okay. Iconic. Winnie the Pooh with his balloon. Oh, thank you, Mitzi. They are very, very beautiful, and they make me so, so happy. And I'm going to take one more bite of my lunch. Okay. So, for this card, you are going to, you got a lot from me, okay? So, you're going to get a Golden Glow. I had a brain fart right there if you didn't know what that was. You will get a Golden Glow card base. The one and only Golden Glow card base in the whole kit and caboodle. Then you've got a plaid hydrangea hue. Okay. You've got an early espresso, big old piece. You have a Golden Glow matte. And then you have an early espresso double matte for the inside. You also have a vanilla strip for your sentiment. And then from your DSP, all you need is Winnie. Winnie in his balloon, okay? So, before we do anything, I'm going to start with the stamping. Stamping for this card, it never hurts to keep looking up, comes from Sweet Words and Labels. Do you see why I did that? Right? Because of the balloon. Okay, we are going to keep this to the far left. Whoa. Okay. Then on the inside, I'm here for you always. That comes from, prayers and promises. And it is 2 separate stamps. It's I'm here for you and always. And I mounted it on the block at the same time, which was kind of nice. Oh, I'm here for you, always. This is another great sentiment set. Obviously, I am not using it and abusing it like I am sending salutations. However, there's, so sorry for your loss. Sympathy cards, unfortunately, are a very common card that we have to send out. So it's nice to have a nice sympathy. And then there's even an inside sentiment to go with it. And there's other sentiments. It is more faith-based. Not every stamp is faith-based, but there is a root in faith with these sentiments. Not quite sure if that's straight or not, but it happens to be straight enough. Then, after the sentiment, we stamp honey pots and little buzzing bees. The honey pot and little buzzing bees are from Sweet Old Friends. If you haven't caught on to that yet. Okay. So this is an example, and I've had other ones like this, but this is an example of just stamping inside of your card instead of using up any of those DSP pieces. If you want to conserve those for a card or a focal image, you absolutely can, and just stamp the things on the inside. Oh, he's so cute. I never promised to maintain my composure during this stamp set. All right, for the time being, we put that away. Okay, then let's do a smidge of gluing. One of the only, actually for this class, I think it is the only early espresso inside mat, because so many of the cards are espresso. But espresso and vanilla are the constant theme, or consistent theme, for this class, because it's really derived from the DSP. It's got on a vanilla base. So I have consumed more espresso and vanilla than I ever have before, and I think than I ever thought I would. Okay, so next we will glue down our, what do we got here? Plaid. Oh, wow. Okay, so gotta get that centered a little better. Okay, then we will take our balloon bear and get that onto here. Okay. Then we are going to distress the edges of the early espresso piece. So just go ahead, and I am using my glue scissors. So if you have a 3 scissor system like we do, where you have a scissor for glue, a scissor for paper, and a scissor for ribbon. You could either use your paper scissor. I don't know if this is bad for the blade or not. That's why I use my glue scissor. And my glue scissors aren't typically too gluey, so it's totally fine. Okay. I love how this adds just the right amount of texture to, yes, it is a very textured card, but doesn't it look nice? I love it. Okay. It does literally shave off the paper, so clean up your spot. There we go. Okay, then this gets glued down flat.
Very carefully. We measured the card. So you work off of her. She's got the dimensions. Okay.
Okay. Then,
So,
dimensionals.
yeah.
I don't know how to explain it. You almost have to mark it, and then
Yeah.
I took my cutter and very carefully.
Okay. Yes, we are loving these cards. Woohoo! Okay. This gets centered on the brown piece. Then it never hurts to keep looking up. So this gets cut at a diagonal. Then we have tear and tape behind. And we've got a down, up, down, up.
This do okay, which will be easy enough because it's been on the edge, and then I have to do that because, and then I'm ready to start assembling.
All right, down, up, down, up. That's maybe a little big. Okay, finish the tear and tape sandwich. Surprised you're not freezing. I'm doing all right. I am done. What am I done with? Did I do something? I was gonna send something your way, but I don't remember what it was. I must have taken it already.
Okay, well, if you think of it, just holler.
Right? My brain is
I know how to be Vanna.
frizzled.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got bannered on the edge. Okay. And then dimensionals. So we've got a single dimensional behind the left-hand side and a double stack off the banner end. Oh my gosh, but keep...
The ones that you've done with, and I'll do them, yeah.
Okay.
Did you do this one yet?
Now, this goes next to Winnie.
I'll finish up with this one real quick.
Okay. Okay. It's got to go next to the balloon, but not off the edge of the card. And I think I'm right there, but I am going to take my paper scissor and just trim just a smidge more off. So there you go. Then we have Stella. Oh, I didn't do it around the edge. Why not? Well, I'm going to go around the edge and then, of course, on the balloon.
Judy, did you do this one? Okay. And I'm gonna do this one.
Okay. Oh, my goodness, and the balloon. Oh, so good. Okay. Okay, that takes care of that card. Oh. Okay, Mom hasn't texted me yet, but no, it doesn't. We need to do the embellishments. Okay, so we'll put a big guy down there. A little guy with him. And a medium up in here. Love this poo set. Ditto. All right, there we have it. A recipe card. We'll figure them all out later. Not worried. Okay, it is time for a snack break, or lunch break, or union break. Okay. You did it! This should be the last card, and we should be celebrating that we're done. Instead, it's the second to last card. But we almost made it. You did it. We completely used up a stack of dimensionals. We did that. Okay. In this card set, you will receive an early espresso card base, which you can burnish at this point. You will receive an embossed mossy meadow mat. This is embossed in 100 Acre Wood. You will receive a mossy meadow double mat. You'll also receive an early espresso, what's it called? Mat. I also need another drink of caffeine. Okay. And you will receive a very tiny sentiment strip. It is a 3/8 of an inch strip. You will stamp on that. You did it from Banner Sayings. And what do we have on the inside? Congratulations on your achievement. That looks like it comes from Sending Salutations. Oh, this is absolutely comical at this point. Okay. From your DSP, you will take this scene and you will take this little hip hip hooray piglet, and this, if you want, for the inside, he is on the bottom of a sheet of pink plaid, and he never had feet, so don't feel bad. Now, I am adjusting the measurement just a smidge here. My ruler tells me this is 4 1/4, which means that I need the DSP to be 4? No. Yeah, 4-ish. I don't know, something like that. So I just need to make that adjustment. We'll see what that ends up being. Okay, so on this scene, our DSP becomes 2 5/8. So I need to shimmy, skim some off the top and bottom here. How much? Okay. Oh, there's a cat. No. Silly goose. All right, so we got 2 and 5 A's. Okay, and then I think about 4 inches. So we're gonna have to. Perfect. I like when it works out. Okay. Now, if you're not sick of it yet, we are distressing these edges. Again, not with a ribbon scissor. No, thank you. Okay. It's just a little detail. So honestly, I'm going to be completely transparent with you. Chris and I mapped out these cards, and then I took them home and I worked on them a couple of nights after bedtime. It was just me, and I wish I could say a glass of wine, but I don't think I had a glass of wine. That would have been largely appropriate. And some peace and quiet, some mute. Okay. This is a contradict. I have learned about myself that I cannot sit in quiet. I need to be listening to a podcast or listening to some music or listening to something. So I was probably listening to my podcast, just sitting there with my cards, putting them together, and putting the ribbon and the embellishments and really just finishing them up. There's a very big difference between mapping out a card and actually finishing a card, and that difference is a lot of time. I'm learning these things. So I had, like, this card. It is good. I like it. I love it. But without the edges roughed up, it looked like it needed something more. Well, I didn't have anything more to put on it, or, you know, I was out of things, out of ideas. So some of these cards I couldn't pull apart. They were put together. And I literally took the edge of my scissor and did. I'm telling you, I was committed to the cause. So I'm very happy that this class is so well received, because a lot of blood, sweat, tears, and a few more tears have gone into it. Okay, so I distressed that edge. Okay. Then we'll do the same to the brown. Okay. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Perfect. Besides the big mess. I promise you, if you hate distressing edges, first of all, you don't need to do it. Second of all, that's the last one. Granted, we are on the second to last card, so there really is not much more opportunity, but there you have it. Okay, so adhere. Did I do adhering? Oh, I didn't do stamping yet. What am I doing? Okay, well, let's adhere. Let's get one thing done.
Oh.
Ah, just look at that beautiful texture that it adds. Wow. Okay, now we're gonna stamp. You did it comes from Banner Sayings. I was like, I feel like I took this out already. Okay, you did it. I have to tell a story. Kelly, when is the in-person class for this? Well, Nancy, are you making the trip? It was going to be right now, but it didn't work out. And obviously this class was supposed to end 2 hours ago, like the online version of it, but oops. Okay, quick pause. You did it. So we're justifying it on the left so we can banner the right, but we need enough on the left-hand side to go under Piglet. So I would go ahead and stamp this in the center-ish with enough room to banner the edge off. When is the in-person class for this? It is next Tuesday at 1 or 1:30-ish, but I might need to massage that a little because I actually have to go pick up the kids after school that day, and there is no way that these cards can get done in an hour and a half. That just is impossible. All right, you did it. Now we're gonna banner this end. Okay, then what do we have on the inside? Something, congratulations on your achievement, you know, from sending salutations. We're just peeking ahead to what the last one is. Okay.
Okay, let's get to work here. Chop, chop.
Sending, I haven't used it in so long. It fell to the bottom of the pile. Well, it's the name Canada owns. Right. Interesting. Canada, give it up. Just kidding. Just kidding. I did not mean that. Marvelous. This is something marvelous. Oh, just kidding. Congratulations on your accomplishment.
Is there an Apple cord I can use over here to charge?
This has to be an Apple, right?
Is it plugged in?
This is the newer Apple, and this is the older Apple, I think. Which one?
Okay, but you need those. Don't you need
Well, yeah. If this thing is not done before this dies, it's done, okay? We've been on all.
I'll wait.
No, my dear. Which one do you want? Which one do you need?
The newest,
The new
I
one?
think.
The USB-C?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, well, here you go. Let's not get it in
Sorry.
the... Oh, don't be sorry. I am 5 hours and 12 minutes in. There's nothing to apologize for.
Thank you.
Yup. Anywho, okay, so we've got Berry Vanilla. Congratulations on your accomplishment. That is going to go centered on the inside. Oh, not accomplishment, achievement. Same difference, right?
My bad. I need the
It's the other one? That's okay.
It's been a tough day.
Oh, don't you know? Okay, you're going to stand here for a second, though, because you can
Yeah.
take these two stamp
Oh,
sets.
okay.
And you
Cool.
could come back with the lovely arrangements.
Okay.
I'll need that
I
for the
can do
next
that.
one. But then you can have all of these.
Yay.
And I'll take this.
All right, I'll get that.
And then
Lovely arrangements. Just the
lovely arrangement, just the stamps.
stamps coming up.
Plug that back in. We'll do this one and this one. Got a delicate. So y'all who have never been here to the hive, you don't understand the delicate operation that everything in the hive is.
Yeah.
Beyond the parameters of this beautiful little screen you see,
Yeah.
there's things. Okay, congratulations on your achievement. Okay, oh, and then I'm not done with the ink yet. We need the dauber, and we're gonna accentuate this pattern with early espresso. So again, just on the outermost edge. And this is not super visible. I will say that. I had to look at this a couple times and be like, did I do it? Didn't I do it? I don't know if I did it. I think I did it. And lo and behold, yes, my dearies, I did it. Although, I'm not sure that this is early espresso. This might be pecan pie. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you.
Well, you know what? This one that I'm doing right now is going to be early espresso. Have no qualms about it. Just know, if you're doing early espresso, you gotta have a light hand.
That's not a good sound. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, look and see what the card base says. Here.
Okay, so man, I'm not sure if it's a espresso or pecan pie, and honestly, my recipe card's not helping at this exact point in time. But either way, it looks good, it draws it out, and that's all we're looking for. Now, I've made this mistake way too many times in a live. We need to add ribbon before we glue it down. So let's snip 6 inches and snip 6 more inches. Then this runs through not the middle. So you may have heard me refer to this as south of the equator. That just means the equator is right in the middle and south of it would be lower than the middle. I don't know of a more concise way to say that. These are the thoughts that go through my head as I'm writing the tutorial. Like, okay, out of context, like not in the state of a live, is that gonna make sense or is that gonna cause confusion? So, I am always open to feedback, especially on the tutorials. Girl, this is new to me, okay? So if my writing style does not make sense or if something does not make sense, please just let me know. I want to, have resources that are helpful. Okay, so you got 2 runs of ribbon. We're gonna tear and tape sandwich that thing down. And then we are going to adhere this. Where'd my center go? Oh, I didn't glue it yet. Ha ha. Adhere this
This one.
to the front.
There you go. Oh, there is one.
Woo.
Yeah.
Woo.
So it's got the
Okay.
forest. She might be working on it right now.
I'm working on the You Did It card.
The who?
You did it.
Oh,
The only other card is the Just a Note card.
okay.
Woo! Okay, that just fits. All right. I will say, seeing as how I'm just about done here, we're putting this piglet on in the inside. Okay, let's not be stingy. Oh, so cute. So cute. Okay. Then let's put this inside. Not leaving anything untouched here, okay? So we'll use that. We'll use that. That is how you consume an entire sheet of dimensionals. Holy shnikes. Okay. Now, this goes centered. Okay, I feel like I definitely could have and should have put the ribbon up higher. Wow. Okay. Is that changeable at this point in time? Without creating a huge mess, probably not. I don't like it, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to to trim it out, and I'd rather have just one run of ribbon than it look like that. Now, this might be a disaster, so bear with me. Oh my gosh. Chris and I share that trait where if I get something in my head, I'm gonna figure out a way to make it happen. Without ruining the card, right? That's the goal. Oh, got it. Okay, well, so now we're down one run of ribbon, but it looks better than it did before. That was a slight oversight, okay?
Yeah. Like this one.
All right, now we are going to, holy man, I forgot that had sticky on it already. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, oh my goodness, you guys. Come on, be nice, be nice. Okay, anyways, this goes centered. Oh man, it looks way better with 2 runs of ribbon. How do I make that happen? You guys have lost all dignity over here. All right, let's see what we can do. I already ripped that corner up, so. Okay, so that's somewhat salvaged. Are you playing fun ribbon games over there? Because this is not going well.
My first card. I'm on a roll.
Oh, man. I just put mine in a bad spot. And now I'm being too stubborn to give up on it.
Right?
All right, how's that? It's better than it was. Okay. Now, put all of your might into putting that down. 3rd time's a charm. Oh my gosh, how many things can I get stuck to these dimensionals before I stick it where it belongs? Okay, that looks 100 times better. Very happy with that. I hope you enjoyed the comedy show. Okay. Next is you did it. Stick that bad boy down. Okay. Then Piglet. Piglet needs a small dimensional behind his head. And then glue behind his feet.
Just for a little while.
And before I stick it down too permanently, ay, my dearest. Woohoo, cutie. Okay. Then we need these embellishments. Where are my babies? Okay, I had little baby embellishments. I've been saving them for this exact moment. They're right there. You guys, they're right there. Okay, so we'll put one down here. Oh no, we got buffering. You are still going, taking a break from drywall mudding. Yes, Feline. I'm almost done. Not yet done, but almost done. Look at you, cutie. All right, you did it. Different countries have copyright on these illustrations. Poor guys. Alrighty. Oh, no. We need to Stella. Okay, so Stella goes on Piglet's scarf. Okay, we got cat fuzz in here. Well, how did that happen? And then around the brown border. Oh, no. Okay, so we've all of a sudden come into buffering issues, which apparently we were good for the first 5.5 hours. We've hit the quota. I had bad buffering on Tuesday, so. If you cannot catch this live, I have one card left, and then I will show off the next Winnie the Pooh card class cards. So, come back to catch the replay if you miss out on that. Oh no, we got buffering all over the States and Canada. Okay, with that Stella, oh my gosh, it's gorgeous. She's beautiful. Sorry, he. All right, there we go. Okay, I have a card with the thingy in it. Recipe.
Okay.
Is that this one?
Yep.
Okay, I'll put that one there.
Thank you.
Okay, we are in the home stretch, guys. I know it has been a long one. I know that we are all dying. Just kidding. We're just a little bit not doing great. Okay, last but certainly not least, we have just a note. Just a note. We have from my kit, you will receive an early espresso card base. Whee! You will receive a Golden Glow embossed with the 100-acre pattern. You will receive a Golden Glow double matte. Also receive this Hydrangea Hue matte and a skinny little Just a Note. Now I feel like this is another 3/8 inch. Whew, crazy. Okay, from your own DSP, you will need this scene and a piece of DSP that is 2 by 5 1/16. So the first thing that you will need to do is, we'll get our stamping out of the way. So Just a Note is on, yay! I pray that it stops for everyone. This little 3/8, I don't know how on earth, if 1.5. It says 3/8 by 1.5, but that is not correct. So
I haven't done it yet.
if you have your own scraps, feel free to bring in, this is supposed to be 1 3/4.
And she kind of.
Feline, I do. I'm kidding up more. Let me check. Do you have one currently?
What you got there?
This one.
Lattes?
We will try to get that straightened out. Okay, so 3/8 by,
Thank you.
and I feel like, is that 3/8 or,
What'd you get?
1/2. 1/2. My gosh, guys, I had the wrong measurements all around here. 3/8 by 1 3/4. So, just a note, does fit on there. But I'm telling you, it just fits. So, if you want a little more freedom, you can grab a scrap of vanilla and go ahead and just trim that down. Okay. Okay, just a note. Just a note needs to be stamped from Lovely Arrangements in Early Espresso.
How's it going, everybody?
Yeah, the hardest part is over. If we can get, the
Okay.
readings stamped.
Then, I didn't know what this was going to be. Just a note, it's very vague, so it can go any which way. So I did not stamp anything else on the inside because I don't know what the note is going to be. So I just stamped Pooh and Piglet because, again, I spent too much time thinking through all the details here. Pooh and Piglet are on the outside, so let's do Pooh and Piglet on the inside.
Hello there, Sandy's and these two dudes.
I'll go, now you gotta go.
Oh,
over your
so good.
here to the big
Oh,
one.
okay.
And then, I don't know where Hello There is, or sending hugs.
Not many of those. One is right on the card, which you don't have to do that.
Jamie, you wrote the stamp sets down.
Okay. Then we have one more thing to ink up before we are donezo. We are finally bringing back our pecan pie, and our pecan pie was from, I don't know if it's the first card, but it was one of the first cards. We're going to accentuate the pattern here. Okay, so
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, she has
Well,
Hello Friends. That's the-
that's over here,
Okay,
and I'm all done with the stamps if you want them.
no,
Oh, see, I don't know where I got mine from. I don't know what's, I don't remember, I just pulled stamps from all over.
Okay, so all we need is this little upper corner.
Let's see if I can
hold
find.
on, we can ask, Gloria and Judy what they want.
Woo, a little too heavy right there. That's a very prominent little tree. And I see I didn't do the edge around the DSP, and it's not that noticeable, but I don't want it to be noticeable, and I noticed it.
What do you need it for?
Whoa, okay. Here we go.
And then we can do some stamping.
Okay, so there we go.
Dauber or a brush?
A dauber.
Okay, my ladies, I just finished. Do you want daubers and inks over there?
Yeah.
Okay, here's pecan,
I think they want espresso.
and here's espresso. And I'm done with absolutely everything if you want it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, friends, we're just about done here.
Line up
So,
her cards.
let's
Recipes.
do
Yeah,
on that
some
table.
gluing.
yeah.
So here we go.
And just move around the
Yeah,
table
you
and
could do
stand.
that.
It'll be a lot easier and it'll be a lot faster. Don't you think?
All right, here's the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that's not straight. Okay, Feline, I will make sure that we set aside one of the extra kits for you. We'll get you squared up on that. Okay, then, ooh, I almost made a mistake.
Probably fastest that way.
Okay, nothing gets saved out of here. Oh, yeah, don't say it. Don't say it. Okay. I could almost fussy cut out Eeyore, but I don't know why. He's got a little bit of his hand missing,
If you would,
but,
that'd be awesome, but
I mean, he'd never be missed.
stop this and
Why not, right?
oh, wait, I gotta get this on here.
I wish I could save Piglet out of there, but he's too in there. I also wish I could save Piglet with the balloon because that's super cute. But this is what I like to do. I don't know if I've been doing this the whole time or not, but this is what I like to do when I'm covering up some DSP.
Just for,
Okay.
sweet bugs, sweet old friends, sweet words and labels, and then I should have sweet words and labels. Dies.
Okay, then I need 6 inches of ribbon.
Do you want me to just put on what she has on her?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. Did my sweet words and labels
Yours
dies?
are right. Are you gonna do mine overall right here?
Okay.
I'll just put them in the like that.
Oh boy. Okay, this ribbon is a little see-through, so try to keep it consistent. If you're going through the middle, go through the middle. If you're going above, go above. If you're going below, go below.
I don't have dyes.
Okay. I don't know, did you leave it? Maybe it's in the other room. I'll go run over there.
All right, now this can get adhered down. Oh gosh, yeah, that does not sound good, Feline. I'm sure there are a quadrillion different variables that go into our internet connections. I actually learned, and maybe this is common knowledge, but I didn't know it, that internet comes on a priority list. And so like our school gets, I don't know if it's fiber optic internet, just like everyone else, but because they're a school, they're the first to get backup. They're the first to get the good speed. And trust me, we don't have the best speed. We're out in the middle of nowhere, so. But I didn't know that about internet.
This one isn't finished. That's Kelly's. I don't know where it goes in the non. Okay. Right here. Okay.
Okay.
Non-recipe pack.
Then we need dimensionals.
These are recipes. Okay. What about those two cards over there on the edge?
Okay.
Sending happy thoughts. It's from sweet old friends.
Okay. Then we have just a note. Just a note has down, up, down. Okay, that just made me think of, there's a Pooh Bear song, and I'm gonna kill it right now. Da 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 da, and touch the ground. I'm in the mood for food.
appetite.
My appetite did like, I don't know what it is, but Pooh Bear has a little song that he sings when he's hungry. Okay, so we have a down, up, down. Trim that off. Okay, just a note. Oh, your granddaughter wants to make a set of these cards. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, then we need, under just, we need one dimensional. Under note, we need a double stack. And I have successfully cached a thing of small dimensionals. Look at that. We're just killing dimensionals and taking names. Okay, just a note goes down here somewhere. Don't tell me that needs to be a triple stack. No, that would be a double stack. That would only make sense to be a double stack. Let's scoot it in a little more. Why does that seem like that's not... It's just got a couple layers of paper, but whatever. Either way. All right, last but certainly not least, we have some embellishments. So we have a big and a little. And a medium. There you have it. As for Stella, I think we're just Stella-ing around the perimeter. Okay. There we go. That is our 15th and final card. We did it. It was a bit of a marathon, but we did it. So, is there anybody in the audience who was here the whole time? I doubt it. That would be absolutely crazy. So, thank you so much for joining me. But do not dismay. We're not done. I've got a sneak peek of the next Pooh class. I know some of you have seen these cards before, so it's not like super high stakes secret stuff, but the Honey Pots and Sweet Thoughts, or something along those lines, class. So now this is a zhuzhed up version of Winnie the Pooh cards. They are so good. I'm so happy with how these cards turned out. This class is for a fee. I'm so sorry. My brain cells are fried. But for whatever the fee is, it includes a quarter pack of DSP. It includes all of the card kits. And it also includes a pack of in-color embellishments, a roll of Golden Glow ribbon, and then also just a smidge of the Mossy Meadow ribbon down here. So check these cards out. This was so much fun because not only did I love making the Stamp-A-Stack cards that we literally just finished, but I wanted to keep playing. I wanted to do something a little more fun and a little more intricate. So that is what we did here. So this first card, this is the card where I had to do a little bit of choppy to hide the cloud errors that I had. But anyways, so we've got this card, which is old friends are the best friends to a forever kind of friend. I just love this scene. And man, I had not made the acorns yet. And for this class, I made the acorns. And they are so cool. So here we have card number 1. Here we have card number 2, using the Golden Glow embellishments. So over here we had the hydrangea hue embellishments, and here we have the Golden Glow, which I love how they pull out the color in Pooh and the color in this background. And then this is a flip, all the flips up card. So this flips to this scene where we use some Barely Blush and Golden Glow. And this is the literal only place that I use this pink paper in all of my playing and designing with these cards. I'm a little intimidated by it, but I think it looks nice here. And then there's your piece in the middle for journaling or writing or whatever. The best kind of days are the days spent together. And then we've got the little picnic scene. And then this is such a fun way to show off the DSP. And obviously this DSP has great patterns on, woohoo, we did it, bravo! So love this pattern, but obviously we are highlighting the beauty of the characters. So really, really, really fun fold that we've got going on here. And then last but not least, I love this card. So we've got a scene on the front here. We're using Peaceful Pine for our embellishments. And then the card itself is Old Olive and Mossy Meadow. We used Mossy Meadow on the background with the 100 Acre Wood embossing folder, and we sanded it. So I had never done that before. I'd seen it a bunch of different times in a bunch of different ways, but I love how it draws out the details there. Connie and Patricia Wright stayed for the whole thing. You guys need a gold medal. Yes, Nancy, you need this. I know you do. So then I added the acorns and a bunch of floating leaves, and I love this. Like, I love how it borders the. I spent a lot of time on the little details, making sure that it was so good, so perfect, so wonderful. I was hoping to have finished, but I'm not done yet. We have a variable. So you're either going to get one set or the other. So everyone's going to be able to make all of these cards, but one person will have this scene and the other people will have a different scene. Same shape, same, like, it's all Winnie the Pooh, but because of how you're getting a quarter pack, not a half pack, not everyone is guaranteed to get this exact scene or this exact scene or this background. So it took a lot of mental maneuvering to make it work out, but I think I know it's going to work out, and you're going to love the cards. I will at some point have the second set of cards done for you to see what the other scenes look like, but I'm just not quite there yet. Let's see, is there anything else I need or want to say about these cards? I don't think so, other than you want them, so you should get them. Oh, Feline, you signed up for 2 sets of these too? Amazing! I love it. So, without further ado, I think that gets me to the end of all of the things I need to talk about with Winnie the Pooh. The Stamp-A-Stack, just to kind of wrap it all up and put a bow on it, the Stamp-A-Stack that we just finished making is 15 cards. 15 unique designs for the Winnie the Pooh or the Silly Old Bear stamp set suite, all that good stuff. The PDF is so close to being done. It is my goal to have it finished tonight. If not, at the very latest, it will go out tomorrow by the end of the night. And you'll have all of the step-by-step that we just went through for all of those cards. I am kitting up another 16 of them. So if you missed the boat or changed your mind, decided you need it, love it, decided you want more of it, please reach out and let us know as soon as possible so that we can get those ready for you. Then, I'll give you one more shot. The Sweet Thoughts and Honey Pots, something like that, class, which includes a quarter pack of DSP, a pack of in-color embellishments, and a roll of Golden Glow ribbon to make these 4 zhuzhed up cards is available for purchase for the June mailing, okay? So that's the difference. I know it's a little confusing because I have 2 Winnie the Pooh card classes, and we're trying to differentiate between the 2, so I wanted to just like slow it down and talk through it with all of you. This is the class that's coming up in June, okay? So that takes care of it. Thank you so much for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. And also thank you for participating in my first 100-person card class. So it's a milestone and I did it. Yay. I think that is all I need to say. I do want to just give one more shout out to Chris for helping me get here and to make these cards, design these cards, talk through and walk through all of the logistics of it. And of course I do want to give a shout out to my mom, who has been doing all the die cutting and all the scoring and all of the, yeah. Thanks, Mom. I love it. It's great. So anyways, thank you to everyone. And in the meantime, until I catch you next, sending lots of sunshine, love, big hugs, rainbows, and bright skies.